Challenge accepted.
This portion of the show is brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Queen! Omaha! Come out!
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, quickly. Well, you don't give me that.
Look at me. 92. And I still enjoy swimming and golfing and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. We're 1 out away, Braves country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Send the ball in foul territory. Giants win. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants.
for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside corner. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs, win the series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate.
She is gone. In a year that has been so impossible, the impossible has happened.
Armchair. It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I've been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop! Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Valley, Buffalo! Check! Hey! Short Ox! Do the Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Come out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with your best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes!
Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, blows for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is Duper.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice does not stop it! Oh, please!
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
I think my jersey was one of the top-selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make a dollar from it, but nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school, where I wanted to go, the passion for it, and if I could support my team, support my college, support my university, that's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from we, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, to then, okay, it's not about us, it's not about we, it's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team, it's about your university, it's about where my family wanted to go. And you're taking that away so that young kids can earn $1. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
mom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Red Giant! Omaha! Come out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre doing the challenge. Try this one. That's receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds. Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino! Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is Duper.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice does not stop it. Oh, please.
TGI
IF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold they saw his muscles strain. and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground.
Good evening, girls and boys. Welcome to Braves Country today. I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you the action later on this evening as the Atlanta Braves will try to even up the series. They lost the first one to the Mets yesterday, score of 4-1 in a game in which Max Fried just did not have it, and Max Scherzer was dealing. And the Braves cut into the lead that was 2-0 with an Austin Riley solo shot, but that was all they could get onto the board. Today, I expect the Braves offense to fare much better, as it will be Peterson on the mound, a lefty, and though he is pretty good, the Braves have played really well against left-handed pitchers. Peterson has a 3.48 ERA on the year. He's 5-1 and has pitched admirably. But if you look at the hard data, you look a little closer, Peterson gives up about 7.5 to 8 hits per 9. He strikes out about 9 per 9 innings, but his batting average against him is 230. And I think that's a huge deal because the Braves can take advantage of that. He has a K rate of just 25% to give you an idea of what that means. League average is around the 22-23%. And so he's about league average, right? And so he has stuff where he's going to try to keep you off balance. But the Braves hitters, and we'll get into the lineup here in a minute, but they've got a heavy right-handed lineup tonight. And I would suspect the Braves are going to come out swinging and get the bats going. On the other side of it, it's going to be Spencer Strider. He's 4-2 with a 2.6 ERA. And you look at his hard numbers, 14 strikeouts per 9, a 168 batting average against, and a 39% strikeout rate, which is phenomenal, about 2-1 the average in what the league is seeing here in 2022. The big news of the day, it looks like Kenley Jansen will get activated tomorrow. That's according to Brian Snicker. He says that Jansen is expected, assuming he passed all his tests, that he is going to be activated tomorrow so the Braves can deploy their bullpen tonight, which they didn't really use a whole lot last night. I really felt like, I said it during the broadcast, but I really felt like Snicker was punting that one. I think he felt like the Braves weren't going to score on the Scherzer-Diaz combo, and he kind of punted the game. When you bring Darren O'Day in a close ball game late in the game, you're really just hoping something falls your way. Well, it didn't. The Braves lose, but what is still obtainable is to win the series. And so Kenley Jansen will be in for tomorrow. My only concern about tomorrow is watching the weather. It's expected to have thunderstorms starting around 10, 11 a.m. tomorrow morning in Atlanta, and then all the way through the evening. Now, the game's at noon. So will it be one of these games where we stop and start and stop and start? We'll see. It's supposed to be Charlie Morton on the hill for the Braves, Bassett on the mound for the New York Mets. Pretty good pitching matchup. I give the advantage to the Braves in that game. I also give a significant advantage to the Braves in tonight's game. If both pitchers pitch the way that they are known to pitch, Strider should outperform Peterson. But, of course, they play the game between the lines and not on your computer screen or on paper, depending on your age. But anyways, Kenley Jansen is supposed to be back tomorrow, so that's good news for the Braves bullpen. Get him some reps before we hit the All-Star break. And tonight, of course, a big game. You don't want to lose the first two at home when you're trying to chase the team down. If we can win tonight, it gives us a chance at the rubber match tomorrow, because the last thing you want to do is get swept at home. If you can get a split for tonight and then go in tomorrow with the puncher's chance of winning game 3, we would only be sitting a half game back tonight. We begin at 3.5 games out of first place. I'm sorry, 2.5 games out of first place. Mine's playing tricks on me. Braves were 1.5 last night. They lost, so they took them to 2.5 games. And so if we win the next 2, we'll be a half game back, and that would be significant. We have 4 games left against Washington at the end of the week. They are going to Chicago and playing the Cubs, who I think is a much more formidable opponent than Washington. I would hope that Atlanta could hopefully take 3 or 4 in Washington and hit the break on a high note, and maybe the Cubs can split with the Mets. We'll see. All right, moving on from that, tonight's lineup looks like this. We'll do the Mets real quick. It's going to be Nemo in center again. The number 2 hitter tonight will be Kanya playing left field. Lindor's your shortstop for the Mets and batting third. Remember last time he was batting second, and he'll be from the left side of the plate, much more pop, so they have him farther down in the lineup. Alonso is in the lineup, but he's the designated hitter. Yorme, who bats much better against right-handed pitchers, he is batting 5th and at second base. Dominic Smith, the first baseman for the Mets tonight, and batting 6th. Escobar playing 3rd, batting 7th. Jankowski once again in right field, batting 8th. And tonight it's Pat Matzika behind the plate and batting 9th. Now, remember, they're still missing James McCann. It looks like that Jeff McNeil definitely not available for tonight. We'll see what happens for tomorrow. With it being such an early game, I would have my doubts. And then, of course, Starling Marte, most notably, not in the lineup. The Braves in the wild card, by the way, they lost a game on San Diego. So they're just 2 games in front of San Diego, but still atop the number 1 seed in the wild card race. They are 5.5 in front of Philly, who lost. They are 5.5 in front of St. Louis, who won. They're the team that beat Philly last night. So there's actually a tie for the last spot for 3rd place in the wild card. And then past that, they're 7.5 games in front of San Francisco, 9.5 in front of Miami. So we'll be keeping everybody locked in on obviously Braves Mets, but we'll be going back and forth and letting you know what the scores are around the league, as we always do. The Braves, their lineup looks pretty familiar. It's Acuna in right field and leading off. Dansby playing shortstop and batting 2nd. By the way, I've got a feeling top of the lineup tonight is really going to feast on the Mets pitching. Olsen batting 3rd, and of course playing first base. Riley is going to be batting cleanup at 3rd base. Ozuna, the designated hitter, once again, and batting 5th. Batting 6th will be Travis d'Arnaud. He is behind the plate again, the Mets killer. You got to figure he'll play tonight, and it'll be Contreras tomorrow with the day-night turnaround, or night-day turnaround, I guess is how you should really say it. Duvall is the number 7 hitter and in left field, so Rosario gets a night off, which a much needed night off. When he's played that many games in a row, and you figure he just came off the IL, it's good to get him a breather. And with Bassett on the mound tomorrow, you got to figure that Rosario will be out there again tomorrow. Arcia is going to be playing 2nd, as he will face the left-hander from the number 8 spot in our lineup, and Harris moves back to the 9 spot, which I still like a lot. I know there's a lot of pushback. I see people complain about, well, Harris is such a good hitter. You want to see him get as many at-bats as you can. And I get that part. But the part that I really like about Harris batting in that 9th position is what gets lost in this, because people mentally just think of 1 through 9, 1 through 9, 1 through 9. But Harris is hitting right in front of Acuna, which means he's going to see fastballs. And that's what you want the young rookie to do, is to go up there, see it and hit it, and not have to get so much mentally into his head. Because when you start putting him in the middle of the lineup and they feel like they have to pitch around him, that's when you can really get challenged. And the other thing is, I thought this was a great thing that was brought up the other day by a cast that I was watching. When you have a young player, and if he has a tough night at the plate, not getting that extra at bat is actually a good thing. Because as opposed to going 0 for 4, you went 0 for 3, and it's not as defeating. So I never even thought of it in that light, but I do like that quite a bit. Look, we know Harris, as his career goes on, he's going to be a top of the order guy. There's no doubt about it. I suspect Harris will be top 2 in the lineup by next year, especially if we're not able to re-sign Dansby. But hopefully we do re-sign Dansby, and he's at the top of the order, and he's raking. I mean, wouldn't you love to see down the road you get – I don't think they're ever going to take Acuna out of the top spot. I think they like having him there. Acuna is much better when he's a free swinger. If he's got to get up there and think about situations, et cetera, he's much better up there working to get on. Of course, we all know that he's deadly on the base paths, so you love having him at the top of the order for that as well. But can you imagine if down the road we get a situation where it's Acuna, Harris, and then just to break up the righty-lefty, I'd be kind of in favor to see Dansby batting 3rd, Olsen 4th, and Riley 5th, or you could flip that around if it's a lefty pitcher, and then you can go from there. So we'll see what they decide to do. Remember, it's not – I know a lot of people get ticked off at Snicker. It's not just Snicker. Snicker has to go through what is now an entire team of stat guys, and every Major League Baseball team has this now, and they have pre-game talks, and they discuss on what lineup would work the best and why, and they've got all this data in front of them, data that a lot of us do not see, and that's how they come up with these lineups from night to night. And so I like this lineup tonight. I think this lineup has a good chance of really raking. Duvall comes back for the first time in quite a while, as he was on the paternity list. Look, he should be fresh, legs fresh. I'm expecting him to contribute tonight. And then, of course, you still have the ability coming off the bench. If you need a left-handed bat later on in the game, if they try to put a tough righty on Arcia, you can go grab Cano. If you want a pinch runner, you still have Heredia sitting on your bench. You've got Contreras. You've got a lot of options on this Braves bench. This Braves offense and defense, for that matter, is much deeper than it has been in quite some time in reference to this year. Look, I hate to say it because I think they're all nice guys, but Gosselin, Dickerson, Ford, they were massive holes in our lineup. And you're a starting pitcher, and you see that. You see what you're going up against. You start navigating as far as, well, I'm going to come after Gosselin, but I'm going to pitch around this guy. I'm going to come after Ford, but I'm going to pitch around this guy. And that's what you expect Strider to do tonight. When you look at the Mets offense, Nemo is solid. Kenya can rake. Lindor and Alonso, even Yorme to that matter. But you look the bottom half of the Mets lineup, I'm not saying they're easy outs. They're still Major League Baseball hitters. And that's nothing to sneeze at. But they aren't the batters. You look at the bottom of our lineup compared to the bottom of the Mets lineup, day in and day out, and 162, the Braves are going to rake. And so that's what we're looking at tonight. We expect good weather tonight. Not expect to be much of a chance of rain. If it is, it would be very light rain. but it should be a good night. Pretty good weather and a decent little breeze. They're saying somewhere around between 5 to 7 miles an hour. We'll see if that's blowing out or not. I think there were a couple of balls that they hit last night against Scherzer that on most nights leave the park. So I really expect the Braves to bounce back. I don't think this is a team that gets their head down and starts feeling sorry for themselves. I think they'll get out there, and I expect the guys who have been leading by example all year long to continue to do that. I expect Dansby to have a good night. I expect Acuna to get on and cause havoc on the base paths. I expect Riley to give us good at bats. Ozuna's been hitting so much better. And if we can get some production at the bottom of the lineup, which is another great thing about having Harris at the bottom of the lineup, we could really put some crooked numbers up tonight, and let's get this thing tied up, because we do not want to go into tomorrow needing a W just not to get swept. Because what a much different feel that's going to be. We're a game and a half out last night. If the Mets leave the stadium and they're up 4.5, then it doesn't matter what we do the rest of the week. There's no way that we get in first place. And it's not just that, but you feel like that you are picking on the sisters of the poor. And then when you played the big boys, you couldn't hang. And you can insert any kind of college football reference you want, but you know the teams where you see them and you say, yeah, they're beating the stew out of so-and-so, but wait till they play the big boys. So there you have that for tonight. A couple things I do want to hit on in case you missed it. 5 names have been released for the Home Run Derby. And, of course, as it continues to get released, they're kind of leaking out little by little, which is kind of fun. But there's going to be a total of 8 people that are going to compete in the Home Run Derby. And so far, the Mets Alonso, the big shocker was Albert Pujols. They're putting Albert Pujols in there. I mean, I get it that Albert Pujols is kind of sort of going home. I mean, he played a year for the Dodgers, but he's really an Angel and a Cardinal. But I mean, does he still have the pop to win? And not to mention at that age, people don't realize that takes a lot out of you. But anyways, Juan Soto, you love that. Love to see what Juan Soto can do in the Home Run Derby. And then Kyle Schwarber, who actually leads the National League. I think that's probably going under the radar for most folks. He's got 28 home runs now. And Ronald Acuna Jr. has been added to the list. So Acuna will be in the Home Run Derby. It's his second time. I believe the first one was 2019. He didn't do very well, but I expect him to do much better, and it should be a lot of fun. Look, when you have guys like Soto and Acuna, and then you've got the 2-time champion of Alonso, you could argue Acuna and Soto are 2 of the 5 best baseball players on the planet. And they could very well be the 2 best baseball players in about 3 years. When the Mike Trouts start to get a little older, you know, Ohtani's not exactly a spring chicken. So that's fun to have those names in there. And then Schwarber just gives it a different little flair to it, because he is what remember everyone used to call Matt Stairs a professional hitter, that he wasn't a defender. He was a professional hitter. That's what he referred to himself as. That is what Schwarber reminds me of, because he stinks in the field, and he even laughs about it. Remember last year when he was with Boston, he made a terrible play at first base, and then the next inning he made a clean play, and when he stepped on the bag, they gave him kind of the Bronx cheer, you know, basically meaning that they cheered for him in jest, and he started pumping up the crowd with his arms. So that's a fun group that they're going to have in there. It'll be interesting to see who else they add. I mean, I figure you got to have some American League guys in here, because Alonso, Pujols, Soto, Schwarber, Acuna, those are all NLs. So I'm thinking we see Vlad Jr. And if I was to take a guess, you would have liked to have seen Alvarez, but he's got the injury, so I don't think he's going to make it. You'd love to see Trout. I don't know if he'll do it, but you love to see Trout. and you would love to see, thinking of other American League. I'll tell you another one I would love to see would be Julio Rodriguez. That would be a lot of fun. Put the kid in there. But anyways, we will put a cork in that. Let's go ahead and get out of here because it is almost time for Braves baseball. First pitch is on the way. Going to step aside for a second so we can do the national anthem and get you ready for Braves country baseball. Braves versus Mets. Strider, Peterson on the way.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A lot of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? For the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair. Good evening, friends from coast to coast, from here and abroad. Girls and boys, it's time for Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are live. The scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, game 2 of a 3-game set between your Atlanta Braves and the New York Mets. Last night did not go as planned as the Braves lose the first one, but they ran into a tough customer in Max Scherzer. You're not going to win them all when it comes to the great game of baseball. And Atlanta will head to the mound tonight with Spencer Strider, who's 4-2 with a 2.6 ERA, 14 strikeouts per 9 innings. 14 strikeouts per 9 innings. And that leads Major League Baseball since May 30th. He's allowed 5 hits per 9. His counterpart, Peterson's 5-1 with a 3.48 ERA, not too shabby himself, a 1.27 whip, and 7.5 hits per 9 innings. The starting lineups look like this. Brandon Nimmo, the center fielder, will be leading off for the Mets from the left side. He'll be facing the right-hander, Spencer Strider, to lead off this match. Kanya has moved up to the number 2 spot. He's playing left field. Lindor, number 3 spot. He is the shortstop. And Pete Alonso batting cleanup, but is the designated hitter, not at first base today. Yorme batting 5th and playing 2nd. Dominic Smith will play 1st. He is batting 6th. Escobar batting 7th and playing 3rd base. Jankowski right field batting 8th. And Pat Mazika is behind the plate tonight. He's got a 492 OPS as he will be catching Dylan Peterson. We are almost set for Braves baseball. Grab you a cold one. We will take you pitch by pitch through the entire evening. Cannot wait. This should be a good one as the Braves look to bounce back in game number 2. The second game of a 3-game set. Tomorrow's game is a 12:20 first pitch, and we will have that game as well. All 3 games of the Braves Mets series we are bringing to you. We're going to bring as many Braves Mets games as we can down the stretch here. More on that down the road, but tonight we are set for Braves baseball, and Brandon Nimmo steps to the plate. He's batting .269 with 8 home runs. Brandon Nimmo goes to dig in. Lefty-righty matchup. The Mets wearing their road grays. And the first pitch is a 98-mile-an-hour strike on the outer part of the plate. It's 0-1. Mets wearing the road grays with the blue letters and the orange outline. Braves in all white. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back 97 mile an hour, and it's 0-2. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. If you're just joining us, we're just getting going. Took a look at last night's umpire. More on that in a second. The 0-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it to stay alive. Banged it foul up against the screen near the Mets third base dugout. It's 0-2. Last night's home plate umpire, Chris Segal, 87% strike accuracy rate as the 0-2 pitch is at the knees. Slider looked like a strike, but he calls it a ball. It's 1-2. He was ranked 52nd of 94, the home plate umpire of last night. If you remember from last night, I brought up the 1-0 pitch that he missed with Ozuna. The 1-2 pitch is off the plate and wide to Nimmo. It's 2-2. And also the 2-1 pitch that he missed badly with Acuna last night in the 8th inning. Those were highlighted in the report today. But tonight's umpire, the 1-2, fouled off 99-mile-an-hour fastball right in his kitchen. He just got a piece of it, more of self-defense. We'll do it again at 2-2. Tonight's home plate umpire, Andy Fletcher. First time I have seen him this year. He is ranked 93rd of 94 Major League Baseball umpires behind the plate. So we might have ourselves an issue. The 2-2 pitch is low and in the dirt. It's now 3-2. His last time out, the home plate umpire, Andy Fletcher, only got 86% of the strikes correct. A very low number. Most of your home plate umpires average between 93 and 95%. So you can imagine what we're about to endure. A 3-2 pitch from Strider to Nemo on the way, swung in, just got a piece of it, staying alive. It's 3-2. Nemo, if nothing else, is making Strider work. This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Andy Fletcher, as I mentioned, is the home plate umpire tonight. Bill Welke is at first, Junior Valentine at second, and Chris Segal, last night's home plate umpire, is at third. The 3-2 pitch from Striders, he kicks and deals, swung on and dribbled foul, just got a piece of that. Nemo is definitely choking up, just trying to make contact. He's going to make Strider work here. Good at bat for Nemo, no matter what the outcome. The 3-2 delivery, and fastball swung on and grounded up the middle. Dansby's got it. He fires it over to first and beats the streaking Nemo by about a step and a half. There's one away. Good job by Spencer Strider to get through that first at bat. If you're a Mets fan, you got to love a leadoff batter that is going to work like that to start a game off. Make the opposing pitcher not only work, but the other batters will always get a chance to see the pitcher for the first time. The Mets have seen Strider before last year, but he is a different pitcher than he was late September. The first pitch to Kanya is a slider across the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. We are hoping that Andy Fletcher has a much better night tonight behind the plate, and that he is not going to cause an issue. And as I say that, the 0-1 hits the zone and he calls it a ball, evens up the count at 1-1. He tends to call really wide strike zone. The 1-1 delivery, swung and grounded over to Dansby. Dansby slips. He fires it off his knees, throws it over to first. A late throw, and Kanya's going to be safe. Dansby slipped. He hasn't gotten up yet. See if he's okay. He's just kind of sitting there. I don't know if he injured himself or he's just sitting there in disgust. He threw off his back, off his knee, which would essentially be his back foot. Had no chance of making this play. His spikes just came out from under him. I don't know if the grass is slick. He is back up and he's back at it. So it appears that he is okay. It's a sigh of relief hits the crowd. That'll bring up Francisco Lindor. Lindor batting .245 on the year with 15 home runs, a 743 OPS. He steps out and asks for time. Lindor back in and set for the first pitch. It's a fastball right across the letters and over the plate. It's 0-1. Spencer Strider will lean heavily on that fastball, and why not? It averages between 97 and 100, depending on how much oomph he puts on it. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fastball wide of the plate, called for a ball. It's 1-1. And he loves to get you with that slider, whether he'll start you off with it as you're off guard or get you out with it. The 1-1 delivery from Strider, fastball swung on, and that ball is grounded foul near the first base line. It's 1-2. Chris Sale, the Boston Red Sox, is making his debut tonight. He will be pitching against the Tampa Bay Rays. He's been battling injury and had a couple of rehab starts, so he is back in the major leagues. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, thrown over to first base, and underneath the tag is Kanya. It was a fastball that Travis d'Arnaud did a heck of a job backhanding, keeping it from getting away from the plate. Kanya was kind of leaning, so d'Arnaud fired it down to first. He had to scramble to get back. It's 2-2. Good piece of defense by d'Arnaud. The 2-2 delivery. He lets it go and swung on, grounded over to Olson. Olson's going to take the easy out and flip it over to Strider. Strider steps on the bag, and there's 2 away. He might have had a chance at Kanya at second base, but it was going to be a tough throw from the angle. Olson had to go to his knees to make the play. So for him to make that throw, and here's the thing, and I'm sure Kanya's been instructed by Buck Showalter, because Buck Showalter is the king of, he will find the little things to try to cheat. Kanya ran out of the baseline into the grass to make it a more difficult throw. The thing about that is, technically, second base umpire could call him out. So here's the first pitch on the way to Alonso. It's a fastball below the knees. It's 1-0. Pete Alonso steps in, 272, 877 OPS, 23 home runs, 72 RBI on the season. What a season he has had. He is headed to the All-Star game, and rightfully so. He is in the home run derby. Has won it back-to-back years. The 1-0 pitch, fastball misses inside. It's 2-0. Standing on deck is Luis Guillorme. You missed the pregame show. Home run derby has been updated. Ronald Acuna Jr. is heading to the home run derby. Alonso, Soto, Schwarber, and Pujols. The 2-0 pitch, swing, and fouls it back against the screen. It's 2-1. Still 3 more participants to be named, and they're going to leak them out little by little as the week goes. You got a 2-1 count to Pete Alonso. Mark Kanya stands on second with 2 away. Here's the delivery. Fastball. Just got a piece of it. Fouls it back. It's 2-2. A lot of folks in the stadium today with the Spencer Strider mustachio. See, Alonso's starting to grow a mustache himself. He can't quite do the justice that Strider's got going. It is the Top Gun summer. Seems like a lot of folks have got the stachio going. The 2-2 delivery from Spencer Strider. He looks over his shoulder to look the runner back, kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 98 miles an hour on the outer edge, and Pete Alonso couldn't catch up. We will be back in a flash. The Braves grab the bats. Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate.
I mean, the less you have going on, the less you have to worry about. Look at me. I got nothing going on. I got nothing to worry about. Except your future.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the past 17 seasons, there have only been 5 players to have at least 1 at-bat each year. Those 5 are Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, Yadier Molina, Nelson Cruz, and weirdly enough, Jeff Mathis.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
There's nothing about baseball that calls for any sort of superhuman proportion or skill, or it at least appears that way. There's the illusion that it doesn't. As boys and girls, we grow up playing it, or we grow up playing softball. And we see the people who are playing it professionally now, and they don't look that different from us. They're not 6'8". They don't weigh 275 pounds. They're not on skates. They're not doing something that is beyond our reach. So the connection for those of us who played it on sandlots and in schoolyards is very easily grasped.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Appreciate you stopping by and taking in the action. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night. Of course, we're doing a few extra broadcasts this week. We were here last night, and tomorrow, 12:20 first pitch, weather permitting, we'll have game number 3. Ronald Acuna Jr. stepping up to the plate, and he'll face the left-handed David Peterson. David Peterson with a 3.48 ERA, 5-1 record, fires the first pitch, 93-mile-an-hour fastball across the letters, and it's 0-1. Acuna, Dansby, and Olsen here in the first inning. The 0-1 delivery is in the dirt. Slider misses inside. It's 1-1. Riley will be batting 4th, Ozuna 5th, and Travis d'Arnaud 6th. The 1-1 pitch swung on and missed. Looked like the slider again. This time, much better pitch. It's 1-2. Duvall is back in the Braves lineup. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Another slider, and Acuna went chasing. There's one away. Braves have played very well against left-handed pitchers. Now, Peterson's one of the better lefties in the National League. Adam Duvall is back in. Rosario taking the night off. Duvall will be out in left field. Arcia is back in the lineup playing second. Michael Harris is batting 9th in the center. The first pitch on the way to Swanson is a sinker low. It's 1-0. Mets defense in the outfield looks like this. As the 1-0 pitch is delivered in the dirt, 2-0 to Dansby Swanson, batting .299 on the year. It's Kanya, Nemo, and Jankowski in the outfield. On the infield, it's Lindor at third, and around the horn you go Escobar at third. The 2-0 pitch, high ball 3. It's 3-0 to Lieutenant Dan. When we do that again, Escobar is at third, and around the horn, you got Lindor at short, Guillorme at second, and Dominic Smith at first. The 3-0 taking all the way was Dansby, fastball across the plate. It's 3-1. Mazika is behind the plate for the Metropolitans, and Peterson is on the mound. Peterson looks in, kicks and deals, and it's off the plate, ball 4. Dansby Swanson gets it going with a 1-out walk. And Matt Olson, lefty-lefty matchup coming to the plate. Matt Olson now has a current streak going on that is number 1 in the majors. We'll talk about that here in 1 second, as the first pitch to Olsen is taken for a strike, 94 miles an hour over the plate, and it's 0-1. Whit Merrifield had played 553 games consecutive. His streak came into an end yesterday when he only played in one of the 2 games in the doubleheader. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Slider that falls off the plate. And Olsen was bailing towards first. It's 0-2. With that streak ending, Matt Olson coming into tonight, is now playing in his 223rd consecutive game. Peterson chucks it over to first to try to get Dansby napping. No such luck. We'll do it again at 0-2. I see the comment, D. That's pretty funny. The 0-2 pitch on the way in the dirt and gets away from the catcher, but he jumps up before Swanson can advance. We'll do it again at 1-2. Peterson likes to get, especially with the left-handers. Now, there's only 2 in the Braves lineup tonight, but Peterson loves to get you to reach for that slider off the plate. The Mets are in a hard shift. Anything to the left side is going to be through. The 1-2 slider off the plate, ball 2. It's 2-2. Matt Olson batting .251, leading the National League in doubles. And Peterson flips it over to first again. We'll do it again and even count it 2-2. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. The 2-2 delivery on the way, swung and missed, strike 3. Fastball right in the kitchen. Olsen could not catch up, and there's 2 away. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate, one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball, hitting over 440 since July 1st. He'll step in, and the first pitch is on the way, and he rifles it into right field. Dansby Swanson's going to go chugging around second. He'll make it a third. There's runners on the corners with 2 away. Braves got something cooking. Good piece of hitting by Riley. Mets were playing the Braves in a full-blown shift to the left side. So he just shot it to the right side. Only person over there was Dominic Smith, and he had no chance. He was holding the runner on. Riley gives the chop to the dugout, and they answer back. And that'll bring Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, to the plate. Ozuna batting .228, 17 home runs, 37 RBI. A single would score a run. The first pitch is in the dirt. Almost gets away. Good block by Mazika. It's 1-0. Dansby Swanson just 90 feet away. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, slider inside, and it evens up the count at 1-1. I think Peterson will get a lot of swing and misses on that slider, especially the first time through. His batting average against jumps up the second and third time through the lineup. The 1-1 delivery in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-1. Good eye by Marcell. Essentially the same pitch. They wanted to see if he would go at it again. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Bottom of the first inning. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 95-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge, and it's 2-2. You would think when what I was talking about with the umpires earlier, we got the 52nd ranked umpire last night and the 93rd ranked home plate umpire tonight. You would think Braves Mets would get the marquee matchups. The 2-2 swing and miss, and in the dirt, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Braves put 2 on, but fail to score. 5, 6, and 7 hitters for the Mets are coming to bat.
Do you sometimes sit and just be thinking like, man, I can't believe my best friend's a thug?
You're not a thug.
Yes, I am a thug.
You're not a thug.
Yes, I am.
How are you a thug?
I took hip-hop classes, Chad.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the 1995 MLB draft, the Montreal Expos chose a 17-year-old catcher from San Mateo, California, named Tom Brady. But Brady decided to pursue football instead. Because Tom Brady has been playing for so long, he's become the last person drafted by the Expos to still be playing professional sports.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
The 1906 Chicago Cubs, believed by many to have been the best team in baseball history. They moved smoothly to the pennant that year, winning 116 games and losing just 36. One key to the Cubs' consistency was their infield, the celebrated double play combination of Tinker to Evers to Chant. Chicago fans loved them, but they did not much like each other, or anyone else for that matter. First baseman and manager Frank Chance fined his players $10 if they so much as shook hands with an opposing player. Second baseman Johnny Evers was so touchy that his teammates called him the human crab, and he missed one entire season after suffering a nervous breakdown. Shortstop Joe Tinker was ordinarily a cheerful man, but even he refused to speak with Evers for 2 whole seasons after a quarrel over cab fare.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and New York Mets head to the top of the 6th inning. There's no score on Tyler Matzik bobblehead night. Pretty cool looking bobblehead they've come up with him. Shows his downward fist punch. And of course, that is in reference to his celebration after striking out the Dodgers in the NLCS when he came in with the tying runs on and nobody out. First pitch by Strider to Guillorme is a 98-mile-an-hour fastball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Spencer Strider threw 23 pitches in the first inning. Hope not to have a repeat of last night where Fried was gassed by the 5th. The 0-1 pitch is fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Guillorme batting .309 on the year. Righty-lefty matchup, and Strider 0-2 pitch is inside, 99 miles an hour, just off the plate. It's 1-2. Got a lot of big series going on tonight. We'll keep you abreast of that. Dodgers and Cardinals are at it. The 1-2's in the dirt, almost clips Guillorme. Surprised he didn't stick his foot out like Jankowski stuck his arm out last night. It's 2-2. Capacity crowd here at Truist Park. They always draw well when the Mets are in town, but of course this is extra special with the 1 versus 2 in the division. The 2-2 pitch is in the dirt, slider misses. It's 3-2. Duvall is in left, Harris in center, Acuna in right tonight. Riley, Dansby, Arcia, and Olson is in your infield from third to first. 3-2. Fastball swung on and missed. Top of the zone. Might have got a piece of it. Looked like he foul tipped it into the glove of Darnode. But nonetheless, there's one away. Great pitch by Strider. That's got to be difficult to try to get that kind of heat blowing through there like that. After he'd been pitching him low, comes up in the zone. That'll bring Dominic Smith to the plate. Dominic Smith batting .210 on the year, no home runs, 17 RBI. He's got a 600 OPS. The first pitch is on the way, and it's a slider right there at the belt, inner part of the plate. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. The 0-1 pitch, swing and down the right field line, but foul, plenty foul, and it's 0-2. Philadelphia Phillies are in Toronto the next few days, and they will be without JT Realmuto, Aaron Nola, Alec Bohm, and Kyle Gibson, as all of them have not been vaccinated, and the Canadian government will not let them participate, so they stayed home. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Strider. Fastball off the plate, misses wide, and it's 1-2. Major League Baseball draft takes place Sunday evening. No Major League Baseball games Sunday evening as we head to the All-Star break. The 1-2, high and wide off the plate. It's now 2-2. The Braves in the first few rounds, in the first round, have the number 20 pick overall. They then have the number 35 pick via the trade we talked about last night from Kansas City. The 2-2 pitch right there at the knees. You got him, strike three. He was looking for the local and got the express. Smith is shaking his head, but that was at the knees. There's 2 away. Braves will also have the number 57 pick, the number 76 pick, 96, and 125. That's your 6 picks in the first 5 rounds. 20 total rounds this season. Strider flings in the first pitch to Escobar, and it's fastball high. It's 1-0. Escobar batting .216 with 9 home runs, a .647 OPS, and 37 RBI. Fastball on the outer edge of the plate, called wide for a ball. It's now 2-0. Speaking of the Dodgers and the All-Star break, of course, it's going to take place in Dodger Stadium. There's a report out there. The 2-0 pitch is off the plate and low. It's now 3-0 to Escobar. Standing on deck is Jankowski. The Los Angeles Dodgers, the company they use to employ the concession stands, as the 3-0 pitch is on the way at the knees, and he'll say it's low. He'll head, and Escobar heads to first on a 4-pitch walk. The company that the Dodgers used to employ their concession stands and the employees are in a bit of a labor dispute, and they have voted to go on strike at any time. They have yet to go on strike, but they could be holding that as the ace in the hole heading to the All-Star break at Dodger Stadium. First pitch on the way to Jankowski is swung on and fouled down the third base line. It's 0-1. Wouldn't that be a situation if you have to find people to work your concessions last second at the All-Star game? Something I think a lot of folks just take for granted. That could be one heck of a mess. The 0-1 pitch to Jankowski, batting .200 on the year, and swing and fouled back against the backstop. It's 0-2. Strider already at 40 pitches. You don't like that from the youngster. We got good news from Brian Snicker today. Kenley Jansen should be activated if all goes well from the IL tomorrow morning. So he would be available for game 3 of this series. The 0-2 pitch from Strider, swing and fouls it down third base line. We'll do it again at 0-2. Looks like the Mets are choking up on Strider and just trying to pepper the ball, trying to run his pitch count up. Strider may have to make an adjustment there. The 0-2 delivery from Strider Jankowski is inside. Slider misses. It's 1-2. Dodgers are in St. Louis tonight. It's 0-0 in that affair. Toronto leads the Philadelphia Phillies 2-1. The 1-2 delivery from Strider and swing and in and into center field. Money Mike's underneath it. Michael Harris makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. So the Mets fail to put anything on the board, but they are running that pitch count up on Spencer Strider. We'll head to the bottom of the second in a 0-0 game.
You know, it's a song that justifies drinking any time of the day, but you just say it's 5 o'clock and it's okay. Right. But it only works for drinking. You can't show up late for work and be like, hey, 9 o'clock somewhere.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Wade Boggs was one of the greatest contact hitters to ever play the game. He was also known as a guy who had some weird superstitions. He would field precisely 150 ground balls before games. He would start his batting practice at 5:17 p.m. and he would run sprints at 7:17 p.m. Additionally, he would write the Hebrew word chai, which means life, in the batter's box before every at-bat, even though Boggs isn't Jewish.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama!
Again, it's going to be Crapel, wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated.
Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him.
Armchair.
These are the saddest of possible words. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Trio of bear cubs and fleeter than birds, Tinker to Evers to Chance. Thoughtlessly pricking our gonfalon bubble, making a giant hit into a double. Words that are weighty with nothing but trouble, Tinker to Evers to Chance.
Well, I'm of the school that believes that we know the names Tinker, Evers, and Chance more because they fit the metric requirements of Franklin P. Adams' poem. Evers was a great ball player. Tinker was a damn good shortstop, and Chance could hit well. But if you look at their record, they didn't make any more double plays than anybody else in the league at the time. They just sounded awfully good.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and New York Mets are scoreless as Travis d'Arnaud, who's been a Met killer of late, steps to the plate. And the first pitch, he swings and fouls it back. It's 0-1. 93-mile-an-hour fastball right over the dish. Peterson, he threw 20 pitches in the first inning. Maybe the Braves can return the favor and run his pitch count up as well. The lefty took a second, but now he's ready. And this 0-1 pitch is off the plate, wide for a ball. It's 1-1. Looked like the slider just missed off the dish. The 1-1 delivery as they set up inside, swing and fouls it back 94 miles an hour. It's 1-2. Pittsburgh leads Miami 3-1. That game is in the fifth. The 1-2 pitch to d'Arnaud's inside. Did it get him? He went to the dirt. Almost got him in the leg. Must have missed him. He's getting back into the box, so I guess it did miss him. That was close. Took his feet right out from under him. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and fouled it down the right field line into the upper deck. Bounces back down towards the front of the crowd. We'll do it again at 2-2. White Sox lead the Indians 4-0. Game's in the third. The 2-2 delivery from Peterson. Swing and dribbles it back to the mound. Peterson's got it. Underhand toss. Gets the runner at first. And there's one away. The light tapper that went back to Peterson. That'll bring Adam Duvall to the plate. Duvall missed the last several games. Was activated from the paternity list yesterday. Duvall's batting .206, 10 home runs, 32 RBI, a .650 OPS. You'd love to see him get going. It's number 14 digs into the plate, and the first pitch is wide and outside. It's 1-0. Peterson looks in and shakes off the catcher a few times. Now he's ready. The 1-0 pitch right on the heart, inside at the belt. It's 1-1, 96 miles an hour. Peterson really dialing it up. See what Bobby Witt Jr. did yesterday for the Kansas City Royals. The 1-1 pitch, swing and down the third base line, but foul. And it's 1-2. Hard hit grounder that went just wide of the third base bag. Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals in a doubleheader versus Detroit went 6 of 9 with 3 RBI and 3 stolen base. Kansas City rookie. 1-2 pitch in the dirt, low. It's 2-2. He's consistently, when he gets that 2 strikes in front of the hitter, gone to the slider, usually in to get them to chase. The 2-2 deliveries, fastball right there at the knees on the outer edge, froze him, strikeout, and there's 2 away. 4th strikeout of the night for Peterson. Who would have thought at this point he would have more strikeouts than Strider? That'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia's batting average has dipped quite a bit. .254, OPS at 700 with 3 home runs, and he'll take the first pitch for a fastball, outer edge. It's 0-1. Arcia getting the night off yesterday with the addition of Cano. The 0-1 pitch, slider misses inside. It's 1-1. Standing on deck is the number 9 hitter, Michael Harris II. Arcia gets ready, and the 1-1 pitch is a fastball, pumps it right by him, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Braves come into tonight 2.5 games behind the Mets. If they find a way to win tonight and tomorrow, they could pull within a half game before the Metropolitans leave town. The 1-2 delivery from Peterson, swing and fouls it back. First base side. We'll do it again at 1-2. Mets are heading to the Windy City to play the Chicago Cubs the next 4 days after tomorrow. And Atlanta is heading to the nation's capital to play the Nationals. Peterson looks in, shakes the hind catcher off a few times. The 1-2 way outside, slider miss. It's now 2-2. David Peterson too has run his count up on a steamy night in Atlanta. He's about to throw his 37th pitch. Here's the 2-2 and low ball 3-2. Good eye. Good take by Arcia. That was a nasty slider that he laid off of. So a full count to Arcia. Michael Harris on deck. The 3-2 kicks and deals, swing and into left field. Caught by Kanya. That was a bullet, but it was an atom ball, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves and Mets kind of feeling each other out here in the first 2 innings. It's 0-0.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally they were in the prom like 6 months ago. at their high school.
No,
That
they weren't
includes
because
grandmothers.
They were in lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were in a
He's probably
These are
from a Big Ten.
prom-less teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
point. They were in a.
if he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I
got a mess to clean up, guys.
Yeah.
Virtual prom.
There's my walk-off for the day. Thanks, Mac.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. For those who don't know, normal human eyesight is 20/20 vision. A research study in 2019 found that the average baseball player has 20/13 vision, with the top 2% of MLB players having 29.2 vision. That means that some baseball players have vision that's more than twice as good as the normal human.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Ball players have to be able to cope with defeat more constantly than anyone else. It isn't just that they lose 4 times out of 6, it's they have to play again tomorrow. And if they lose tomorrow, that's 2 in a row. In a week, you can lose 7 in a row. A losing streak can mount up on you so much faster than a winning streak that it's a kind of terror that grips a team. It's like the spooky music that runs under baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, New York Mets, they're tied up at nothing apiece. We will head to the top of the 3rd inning, and Spencer Strider gets set to throw the 44th pitch of the night. It's a fastball right there across the letters over the plate. It's 0-1. Mazika is the batter, the left-handed catcher, batting 167 on the year. The 0-1 swing and down the first base line, but plenty foul towards the Braves dugout, ricochets off, and first base coach will grab it and lob it into the stands for a souvenir. It's 0-2. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Top of the 3rd inning, the 0-2 delivery, kicks and deals, and it's a changeup just off the plate. Good eye by Mazika. It's 1-2. Tyler Matzik bobblehead tonight at Turner Field. The 1-2 delivery and swing and down the right field line, but way foul. Could not keep it straight. 98 miles an hour. It's 1-2. Hard to believe someone could be that far in front of a 98 mile an hour heater at the knees. That must be why the Braves have a heavy shift on Mazika. The 1-2 swing, and he drills it into the right field corner. Acuna's going to cut it off, and the slow-footed catcher will stay at first, but it's a leadoff single for the New York Mets. Mazika is picking up his slider pretty well. That was the slider he tried to get to chase, but got way too much of the plate, and he smacked it into the corner. Acuna, great job of cutting it off to keep it from going to extra bases. That'll bring the top of the order for the Mets up. Brandon Nimmo, 0-for-1, but he made Strider work his first time up, but it was an 11 pitch at bat. Lefty-righty matchup. Strider kicks and deals, and it's a slider inside. It's 1-0. Nimmo with the 788 OPS, 8 home runs, 32 RBI. Strider looks into Darno, and Darno gets the sign, sets up a little outside. Strider lets it go, and it's a fastball off the plate. It's 2-0. Strider's been a little off tonight. Hasn't been hitting the strike zone as crisply as we normally see it. The 2-0 delivery from Strider, Fastball high, ball 3. It's 3-0. Standing on deck is Mark Kanya. Spencer Strider got himself into a little bit of a pickle here. 1 on, nobody out. A 3-0 pitch to the leadoff hitter, and it's a fastball just inside, but called for a strike, 96 miles an hour. It's 3-1. Nemo with very good speed is very difficult to double up. So you do have the slow-footed catcher at second. It's going to have to be a bang-bang play to try to get Nemo on a double play. The 3-1 on the way. Fastball right there over the knees. It's 3-2. You can see the sweat on both of the pitchers, and they're having to use the rosin bag quite a bit to try to keep their hands dry. Might have something to do with why you've seen both pitchers struggle with the zone a bit. Full count to Nemo on the way, swung on and popped up. It is a light pop fly to Dansby Swanson. He'll drift into very shallow left field, make the catch, and there's one away. Thought that might have been a dying quail that could break into the outfield for a hit, but not enough oomph on it. And that'll bring Kanya to the plate. Kanya with good speed, but not the speedster that Nemo is, more of a double play candidate. He's 1 for 1 with a single in the first, batting .276 on the year, .754 OPS. And the right-handed batter steps in. Strider looks in over to Darnode. Darnode sets up a bit outside, and Strider kicks and deals. It's a fastball on the outer edge, just kisses the black. It's 0-1. Philly and Toronto have tied it up in the top of the 4th inning. It's 2-2. Strider flips it to home plate, and it's a slider in the dirt. Good block by Darnode. Mazika, not much of a threat to run. It's 1-1. Tomorrow, it's Charlie Morton versus Chris Bassett. Two right-handed pitchers that have had different years. It's the 1-1 delivery, swing and a miss, strike 2, 97 mile an hour fastball. Just might have got a piece of it, but into Darnode's glove for the foul tip. It's 1-2. Bassett started the year off with an incredible 2022, the first month and a half of the year. Charlie Morton, the exact opposite. He was struggling. Since then, it's Morton that has been the better pitcher. The 1-2 pitch from Strider to Mark Kanya on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 98 mile an hour fastball, pumped down the middle, and he couldn't catch up. There's 2 away. Strider with his 4th strikeout. It was just straight gas. And Kanya must have been looking for the slider because he was way late. So that'll bring Francisco Lindor, the switch hitting shortstop, from the left-handed side of the plate. And he sets up the first pitch, and it is a 98 mile an hour fastball, fouled down the third base line. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. We're just getting going here at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, top of the 3rd inning. Lindor grounded out his first time to first base. Braves playing the shift and swing and a miss. Slider in the dirt. It's 0-2. That might have been a sinker. Had a little bit of action on it, but it was up there on the radar gun, as most of his pitches are. It's one of those ones you wonder if the radar gun's off or if your eyes are seeing something different. The 0-2 pitch from Strider. As Darnold sets up on the outer edge. Here's the pitch. Fastball at the knees. Triple digits for the first time tonight. 100 miles an hour at the knees. That'll end the inning. The Braves will grab the bats in a tie ball game. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
I'm a vegetarian, no, except for fish and the occasional steak. I love steak.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Anthony Rendon has been a very good hitter when healthy, and he could be a big part of the Angels in 2022. He's known as a laid-back, reserved guy, but he has not been afraid to show his love for Taylor Swift. Before the 2016 season in spring training, Rendon showed up with an I Heart Taylor Swift shirt that he made himself.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
For nearly 20 years, a vaudeville comedian and baseball fanatic named DeWolf Hopper had been reciting a lengthy poem by Ernest Lawrence Thayer called Casey at the Bat, a ballad of the Republic. He had first tried it out on a Broadway audience in 1888 and gotten such applause that he kept it in the act. He would go on to recite the poem more than 10,000 times.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and New York Mets are scoreless as we head to the bottom of the third inning, and Atlanta's own Michael Harris II is coming to the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup. The number 9 hitter for the Braves, the rookie, steps in, and the first pitch is off the plate. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Good eye by Mike. It's 1-0. Harris, 7 home runs, 24 RBI, and 835 OPS. The 1-0 fastball at the knees evens up the count at 1-1. You got to figure at this point the Braves have to have the 2 kids in the National League with the best chance of winning Rookie of the Year, and they're both playing tonight. The 1-1 delivery, swing and a miss. Strike 2 as the slider's just off the plate. It's 1-2. With Harris's season so far and Spencer Strider, the 1-2 delivery swung on and missed, strike 3. Slider that dipped off the edge of the plate. Good pitch by Peterson. There's 1 away. That'll bring the top of the order to the plate as Ronald Acuna Jr. steps in. He's 0 for 1 with the strikeout. 797 OPS, 8 home runs. .272 average. The first pitch by Peterson's on the way and swung on and fouled back against the screen. It's 0-1. Braves trying to break through, get the scoring going. Didn't score till late last night when Austin Riley planted a monster home run into left field off of Scherzer as the 0-1 misses way outside. It's 1-1. Braves and Mets after tonight will still face each other 13 more times this year. The 1-1 off the plate and wide, it's 2-1. Looked like the slider that missed high. One more series left in New York. It's a big series, though, a 5-game series in 4 days with a Saturday doubleheader. The 2-1 high and outside, 94 miles an hour, about above the eye level, and it's 3-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. digging in for the 3-1 pitch. It's way outside, ball 4. Acuna flips his bat, drops his pads, and heads on down to first with a 1-out walk. And the Mets are aware that Acuna, when he gets on, always a threat to go. That'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate, batting .340 in the month of July. With 7 RBIs, 5 doubles. Lieutenant Dan digs into the plate, righty-lefty matchup. Peterson flips it over to first as he keeps an eye on Acuna. Wasn't one of his better pickoff moves. I'm sure that's coming. The tall, lanky left-hander looks in over at Acuna. Acuna acts like he's going, does not. And the first pitch to Swanson's off the plate. It's 1-0. I think Peterson and Acuna are kind of playing little mind games with each other. Acuna, not much of a lead here, but that doesn't mean anything. The 1-0 pitch off the plate and wide again. Slider misses. It's 2-0. So you got a 2-0 count to Swanson. Acuna on first. They've got the shift. And with the 2-0 pitch, not much of a chance of a pitch out. This could be the moment to go. The 2-0, he stays, swing and hit high and deep into center field, going back against the wall. A jumping catch by Nemo. Acuna's going to tag up and get to second base. Dansby Swanson gave that a ride, but there's 2 away. Ball kind of died there at the wall. Just got underneath it. Hit it in the deepest part of the park. Just before the left field stands end. And Nemo had to jump at the wall right underneath the yellow boundary. So he moves up to second. And that'll bring the number 3 hitter Olsen. Olsen struggled his first time up. He's 0 for 1. The first pitch on the way is way off the plate. It's 1-0. Olsen didn't seem to be picking up that slider on the outer edge, which is what they started him off with there. So good adjustment by Olsen so far. The 1-0 delivery as they set up outside again, swing and a miss, and just over the top of it, could not time it up. It's 1-1. On deck is Austin Riley. So Olsen is looking into the teeth of a shift that has Lindor, Guillorme, and Smith to the right of the second base bag. The 1-1 delivery, swing, and underneath it, pops it up. It'll be a can of corn to Nemo into center field. He's underneath it, and that's out number 3. The Braves threaten but fail to score. Will head to the top of the 4th inning. 4, 5, and 6 batters for the Mets on the way.
Why is the dog on the counter?
He likes to be tall.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Joey Votto is one of the most patient, disciplined players in the game, and he could be a future Hall of Famer. He also has a ridiculously low pop-up rate over his career, which is at about 2%.
Northern Tool and Equipment.
My girlfriend has given me a pet name.
I'm afraid to ask.
Snuggle Muffin.
No, it isn't.
And she uses it in public.
Okay, so give your girlfriend a pet name she'll hate, like Thunder Chunky.
I couldn't do that.
I see. Too harsh for Snuggle Muffin. Okay. Drown her out with a 200-mile-per-hour cordless leaf blower.
Got it. Here she comes.
Hey, Snuggle Muffin. What are you doing? Snuggle. I am so out of here.
Wait. Come back, Thunder Chunky.
There's no problem a little horsepower can't solve.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Hey, check it out. A snow cone machine.
A snow cone machine?
You're saying it wrong. It's a snow cone machine. Hey, fella, this is your new home. Welcome to Counterville.
I just found your old milkshake machine.
Oh, we're going to have to move the toaster.
Between seasons, baseball's brightest stars supplemented their salaries on the vaudeville circuit. Outfielder Turkey Mike Donlin of the New York Giants married an actress and performed with her on tour. Cap Anson recited a monologue written for him by George M. Cohan. Even Christy Mathewson once played the Palace.
John McGraw, who had no act, he didn't sing, he didn't dance. Not that the other players necessarily did, but they tried. John McGraw would go on the vaudeville circuit in the offseason and simply be John McGraw. He would recite, he would answer questions. It was a sort of a Chautauqua form in a low-life territory.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider getting ready to begin the fourth inning. And he's going to face the 4, 5, 6 hitters of the New York Mets, Pete Alonso, Guillorme, and Dominic Smith to start it off. First pitch to Alonso is a fastball fouled back against the backstop, and it's 0-1. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Alonso struck out in the first inning. Fourth inning, so it's time to hit the scoreboard. The 0-1 pitch, swing and fouled it back. Slider, little high. Thinks Strider knows he got away with that one. As it fouled back and got a piece of, I believe, Darnode and the home plate umpire. It's 2-0 Yankees in the bottom of the first. They lead the Reds in the Bronx. The 0-2 pitch is a fastball off the plate, 99 miles an hour. Good eye by Alonso. It's 1-2. Chris Sale debut for 2022 against the Tampa Bay Rays. It's 0-0 in the top of the fifth inning at the Trop. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider fell off the table on the outer edge of the plate, and there's one away. Cardinals lead the Dodgers in the bottom of the second inning, 1-0. They're still batting. Orioles 1, Orioles 0, Cubs 1 in Wrigley, the top of the second. Pirates and Marlins, Pittsburgh leads Miami 3-2 in the sixth. Guillorme comes to the plate, and it's a slider outside that misses wide. It's 1-0. Blue Jays have taken the lead again in a seesaw battle in Toronto, 3-2 in the fifth. White Sox 4, Guardians 0 in the fifth. The 1-0 pitch is outside, fastball misses, and it's 2-0. Brewers and Twins are in a rain delay in Minnesota. Milwaukee leads it 2-1 early on. 2-0 pitch from Strider's a fastball right there at the knees, taken all the way. It's 2-1. Rangers 2, A's 0, top of 2. The Tigers and Royals are scoreless, just getting started. The 2-1 pitch is fouled back over the Mets dugout. It evens up the count at 2-2. Mariners and Nationals, that game has been postponed because of rain. Be made up tomorrow as a part of a doubleheader. And the Guardians won the first game of the doubleheader earlier today. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That ball is going to be swing and drops into Shallow right field. Quick to cut it off is Acuna, and there's one on with one away. Good swing by Guillorme. Kind of just fisted it into right field. Acuna didn't have to put too much speed on his track to the ball. As he knows, Guillorme is not much of a threat to go to. But that'll bring up Dominic Smith. Once a feared power hitter, has yet to hit a home run this year. You always got to be aware of him. The first pitch is on the way, 97-mile-an-hour fastball low, and it's 1-0. Smith struck out in the second inning. He's got a 2.08 average with a 595 OPS, 17 RBI, no home runs. Lefty-righty matchup. Darnold sets up outside. Fastball swung on and hit high and deep into center field. Going back against the wall is Harris. He's got it on the warning track, and there's two away. Luis will scramble back to first. Thought I might have jinxed it there because he gave that ball a ride. Mets nothing, Braves nothing. We're just here in the top of the fourth inning. Coming to the plate now is Escobar. Escobar walked his first time up, the switch hitting third baseman. Utility man, really. He can play all over the infield. The first pitch is on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike one, 99 on the gun on the outer edge. It's 0-1. That probably popped a couple of buttons off of Escobar's shirt, as he was way behind that. Escobar asked for time for a second, tighten up his batting gloves. Braves are in a full shift. Arcia is deep in the hole. Swanson is over second. Riley is close to the bag at second. The 0-1 pitch is a fastball way outside. It's 1-1. Anything Escobar would hit on the left-hand side would surely be a base hit, whether it was a swinging bunt or a line. There is no one within 70 feet of third base. The 1-1 delivery on the way in the dirt, ball two. It's 2-1. Standing on deck is the right fielder, number 8 hitter, Travis Jankowski. Strider now up to 75 pitches. We mentioned this earlier. I can't imagine him getting past the 5th at this rate. The 2-1 delivery on the way, swing and that rip down the right field line, but plenty foul. It's 2-2. St. Louis now leads the Dodgers 3-0. That game is in the second. Mitch White was on the hill tonight for the Dodgers. So Strider looks in. Deuces are wild. A 2-2 count with 2 away. Strider kicks and deals. Swing and rip down the right field line. Acuna gives it chase. He'll cut it off. Fires it into second, and it'll be a 2-out double. Good piece of hitting by Escobar. He hit it through the teeth of the shift. His 17th double of the year. Hits it over the head of Olsen and just past Arcia, who was playing more of a shallow right field. Acuna fired the ball into second, but the throw was a little off. Acuna had a tough play to make. He had to backhand it and then throw off his back foot. So that'll bring Jankowski to the plate with 2 on and 2 away. Runners will be going at the crack of the bat. And the first pitch on the way from Strider is a fastball right there at the belt. It's 0-1. Jankowski flew out in the second inning. That was the pop-up to Dansby that was in shallow left field. 0-1 delivery on the way, and fastball misses inside. It's 1-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Top of the fourth inning. We're back again at it tomorrow afternoon. 12:20 first pitch. Game 3 of this series. What could be a very pivotal game. The 1-1 delivery from Strider on the way. Fastball below the knees. It's 2-1. Standing on deck is the number 9 hitter, Mazika, the catcher. But I don't feel like Strider could necessarily pitch around Jankowski here, because Mazika looked like that he was seeing Strider pretty well. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and it's a comebacker up the middle. Dansby's got it. He'll flip it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So a heart stopper there, but we get out of it. We will head to the bottom of the fourth inning. Riley, Ozuna, and Darnode on the way.
Hello there, Frazier. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Gene Autry was a man born in 1907 who you might know as the singer of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. On top of being a singer, an actor, and a soldier, Autry was also a fan of baseball. In fact, the man who sang Rudolph was also the man who founded the Angels. Who do you think is the player with the most Gold Glove awards? You might think of guys like Ozzie Smith, Brooks Robinson, or Willie Mays, but the actual answer is Greg Maddux with 18 Gold Gloves.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s wins its world championship. A liner off Maggie's goal into center field. Series. Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
One summer day in 1908, a popular vaudeville entertainer named Jack Norworth boarded a Manhattan train and saw an advertisement that read, "Baseball Today, Polo Ground." He had never been to a professional game, but by the time he reached his stop, he had written out the lyrics for a song about baseball. When Norworth introduced the song in his act at the Amphion Theater in Brooklyn, it fell flat. But when Nickelodeon audiences were encouraged to sing along with lantern slides, it became a nationwide hit.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Mets are scoreless. But even with that, the Mets have made Spencer Strider work. I'm sure he'll come back out for the 5th, but how long he will go past that. The first pitch on the way to Riley from Peterson is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Peterson, it's been a little better with this pitch count. Riley's 1 for 1, the single, and the 1-0 pitch is a fastball fouled off the catcher's mask right in Riley's kitchen. It's 1-1. Mets are playing the shift. Guillorme, Lindor, and Escobar all left of the second base bag. Smith all by his lonesome on the right side. The 1-1 delivery, swing and down the third base line, bangs up against the Mets dugout wall, and it's 1-2. Braves looking to get on the scoreboard here. A scoreless tie at Truist Park. Game 2 of a 3-game series. The 1-2 pitch and slider outside. They call that a ball, but I don't know about that one. We'll take it. It's 2-2. Buck Showalter is barking from the dugout, and I can't blame him on that one. The 2-2 pitch, swinging right up the middle. It's a slow dribbler to Escobar. He flips it over to first, and the slow-footed Riley is out. There's one away. I'm sorry, that was Guillorme. We talked about this earlier. Andy Fletcher, the home plate umpire, is ranked 93rd out of 94 home plate umpires in Major League Baseball this year. That's according to MLB ump scorecard. Ozuna comes to the plate and he takes the first pitch wide, looked like the slider. It's 1-0. One of those sliders that didn't slide. Marcell Ozuna 0 for 1 on the night. The 1-0 delivery, swing and fouls it back. Smacks up against the screen behind home plate. It's 1-1. Full house here in Truist Park. Braves and Mets, two of the National League's very best teams. The 1-1 pitch, outside, ball 2, 2-1. Slider missing once again. Peterson about to deliver his 62nd pitch of the night, and slider right there across the belt, intercut. It's 2-2. Standing on deck is Travis d'Arnaud, who's been quiet this series. The 2-2 pitch, swing and rips it down the third base line, but plenty foul. He was way out in front of what looked like the slider inside. We'll do it again at 2-2 to Marcell Ozuna. Peterson looks in, kicks and deals, and slider in the dirt. Good eye by Ozuna to lay off. It's 3-2. So you got a full count to Marcell Ozuna with one away. And d'Arnaud standing on deck. The 3-2 right there at the knees, and they're going to call strike 3. Ozuna does not like it. He is hopping mad, heading back to the dugout. Looked like it was a little inside. We mentioned this with Fletcher, one of Major League Baseball's worst umpires. He tends to call the wide strikes, both in and out. That was definitely in off the plate, but you got to be aware of that with Fletcher. So you got to swing with 2 strikes. So that brings d'Arnaud to the plate, and he swings at the first pitch and fouls it back out of play behind home plate. It's 0-1. Travis d'Arnaud 0 for 1 on the night. Ground out in the second. Normally hits his former team, the Mets, really well. He has been very quiet in this series. The 0-1 delivery from Peterson is down below the knees. This one is called a ball. It's 1-1. Same general area that the Ozuna strike 3 was called. They just showed Snicker, and he does not look happy. The 1-1, that one is in the dirt. Ball 2, it's 2-1. This might be the first time you see both managers get tossed in the same inning. The 2-1 pitch from Peterson on the way. Fastball way outside. Ball 3. It's 3-1 to Travis d'Arnaud. Adam Duvall stands on deck. The 3-1 delivery to d'Arnaud, and swing and pops it up. It is a lazy can of corn right there at home plate. Backhanded catch is made by Mazika, and that's out number 3. So the Braves 3 up, 3 down, nothing doing in the 4th. We head to the top of the 5th, 9-1-2, coming to the plate for New York.
I don't know. It seems like bad things are always happening to me. Like I have bad luck or something.
Son, you don't have bad luck. The reason that bad things happen to you is because you're a dumbass.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. When Mickey Mantle was a young prospect, he went to St. Louis to try out for the Browns. But because of his scrawniness and overall unimpressive physical appearance, the Browns didn't even let him on the field. Little did they know, they had just turned away one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
People who long for the good old days before ball players got rich should have been a ball player back then. It was hard. They slept 2 to a bed often in the hotels. In fact, Rube Waddell's bunkmate required Connie Mack to put in his contract that Rube Waddell was not allowed to eat crackers in bed.
One of the crosses that Connie Mack had to bear was Rube Waddell of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. When he went to sign Rube to his first contract, he was met at the station in Punxsutawney by all the town leaders as he and Rube were about to get on the train. And Mack was terrified that they had come to tell Rube not to sign for so little money, or they wanted to keep him for the local team. And one of them stepped forward and said, "Mr. Mack, we're here to thank you for getting him off of our hands."
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball as the Atlanta Braves and New York Mets are scoreless as we head to the top of the 5th inning. It'll be Mazika, the number 9 hitter, Nemo, the leadoff man, and Kanya coming to the plate. Spencer Strider is back out there for inning number 5. Strider's pitch count has gone way up to 81 pitches through 4. The first pitch is a slider outside, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. One would think this, unless it was an extremely quick inning, this would be Strider's last inning. The 0-1 swung on and missed. Slider in the dirt. It's 0-2. Spencer Strider has scattered 4 hits, 1 walk, and struck out 6. Braves playing the left-handed Mazika on the shift. Swanson, the only man left of the second base bag. Anything on the left side probably getting through. The 0-2 swing and a comebacker, but it bangs off the plate foul. Do it again at 0-2. Mets lead the Braves 2.5 games in the National League East. The 0-2 pitch from Strider, swing and rips it down the right field line, but foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. Mazika definitely picks up on his fastball. I don't know what his secret is compared to the rest of the Major League Baseball, but he sees them. The 0-2 delivery is slider, just got a piece of it. Just stay alive. It's 0-2. So the 0-2 delivery from Spencer Strider is Quadzilla, kicks and deals, and swing and a miss, strike 3. Looked like the changeup just off the plate, 89 miles an hour, and there's 1 away. That was definitely, he was right out in front of that. Good job of pitching. Good pitch call by Darnode. And you see a guy that is hammering the fastball. You got to get him off his front foot. Brandon Nemo comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a line out. He'll take the first pitch low and away, or low and inside, excuse me. It's 1-0. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Strider must be having an issue with his footing, because as soon as you let go of that ball, he started stomping his feet on the ground to get mud out of his cleats. You'll get that this time of year with the humidity and having to constantly spray the grounds. The 1-0 pitch is well in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 2-0. Looked like the changeup, and it was about 52 feet. No chance of getting Nemo to swing at that. Mets nothing, Braves nothing. Top of the 5th inning, the 2-0 pitch to the leadoff hitter is way outside, 96 miles an hour, and it's 3-0. Yankees lead the Reds 2-0. That's in the top of the 3rd. Garrett Cole was pitching tonight for the Yanks. Philly and Toronto tied at 3. The 3-0 pitch is a fastball right there at the knees, outer edge of the plate. It's 3-1. Standing on deck is Kanya, the right-handed left fielder. Strider trying to have a clean inning. The 3-1 pitch is way outside, and he will not. Ball 4. There's 1 on, 1 out, and Kanya coming to the plate. Strider up to 92 pitches now. You kind of have to figure Braves got to get some action going in that bullpen. You don't want the youngster throwing too many pitches tonight. Nemo always a threat on the base paths. The center fielder leads off of first. Kanya gets ready to step in. Righty-righty matchup. And the first pitch is on the way. Kanya's 1 for 2, and that ball is in the dirt, and that is going to get away. Nemo's going to make it to second. And another really bad throw by Strider puts Nemo on second base. Probably the slider. It was way off the plate, though. Darnold's only chance was to try to backhand it, but he kicked off the side of his glove. If it went much further away, Nemo might have been standing on third. The 1-0 pitch from Strider on the way, and just got a piece of it, bangs it foul. Slider off the plate. It's 1-1. Francisco Lindor, the switch hitting shortstop, is on deck. St. Louis leads the Dodgers 3-1. That game is in the top of the 3rd. Spencer Strider trying to gut this one out, and the 1-1 is a slider off the plate, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Strider trying to fight his way through the 5th inning. And the Braves, they don't want to, but they'll have to start unloading that bullpen soon. They got a little bit of a breather last night, so most of the high leverage guys should be good to go. The 1-2 count on the way, fastball high, ball 2. It's 2-2. We kind of think if Strider loses his man here, that might be it for him. .96 pitches on the night for Spencer Strider. The go-ahead run stands on second with 1 away. The 2-2 pitch and fastball high, not even close. Ball 3. It's 3-2. Snickers got to get Strider out of there. He is on fumes at this point. It's a little surprising that no one's even gone out to talk to Strider. The 3-2 pitch. Payoff pitch on the way and swing and a miss, strike three. Slider and Kanya could not hold off. There's 2 away. It's a big strikeout for Strider. Maybe his best slider of the night is that ball looked like it was going to be in the zone and it just kind of fell off the table. You really can't blame Kanya for swinging at that. It was below his knees, but when that pitch started in on his hip and just kind of dived out over the plate. So that'll bring Lindor to the plate, and Strider, who's on fumes, better be careful here. The first pitch to him is in the dirt and almost gets Lindor. He jumps out of the way. It's 1-0. If nothing else, you'd think someone would go out there to talk to him just to give him a breather. Warming up in the pen is both Tyler Matzik, the lefty, and Chavez, the righty. With Alonso on deck, I would think it would be Chavez. We'll see what happens. The 1-0 delivery from Strider. Swing, and that ball's going to get down. Nemo's going to come around to score. Ball's going to get underneath the glove of Acuna, and Lindor's going to head to third. Thankfully, Michael Harris was playing good defense because Acuna was not. And the Mets lead at 1-0. He just kind of stuck his glove out there and could not cut the ball off, realized he overran it. He kind of short-legged it and then tried to explode. By the time he realized that ball was getting by him, it was too late. His momentum carried him away. Thankfully, Michael Harris was backing him up, or that would have been an inside the Parker. So the Mets lead at 1-0. And you would think, as Kranitz comes out here to talk to Strider, my word, looks like he's going to leave him in the game, and that is a little surprising. Because you can tell Strider is on fumes. And with Pete Alonso, the cleanup hitter, coming to the plate, the only thing I can think of is they would rather have Tyler Matzik come in to face Guillerme and Dom Smith with clean bases in the next inning, but you might be painting yourself into one heck of a corner. So Strider, who's at 100 pitches, will face Alonso, and the first one's on the way, and it's outside and low. It's 1-0. I would think Alonso would be playing to the point now where he's going to sit inner cut. And if he doesn't get what he's looking for, make Strider throw strikes. The 1-0 pitch is inside, misses wide. It's 2-0. Really surprised they're going to let him face Alonso. At this point, I would almost say go ahead and walk Alonso, give him the intentional. Matzik looks like he's ready, and take your chances with Guillerme, who's standing on deck. The 2-0 fastball way high and inside, 98 miles an hour, ball 4. And if they don't walk him here now, I don't know what Snicker's doing. And they will finally. They flirted with disaster. And Snicker will finally come out of the dugout, and we will head to the pen. Tyler Matzik coming out of the pen. He'll face Guillorme with runners on the corners and 2 away.
Why would I spend $7 to see a movie that I could watch on TV?
Well, why go to a fine restaurant when you can just stick something in the microwave? Why go to the park and fly a kite when you can just pop a pill?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. David Ortiz was actually sued by Jay-Z in 2010. Ortiz had opened up a nightclub in the Dominican Republic called 4040, which Jay-Z thought was too similar to his nightclubs, named the 4040 Club. Ortiz and Jay-Z reached an agreement, and the trademark infringement lawsuit was settled out of court.
World air quality is at an all-time low.
But hey, that doesn't mean you can't have a little fun. New from Mattel, it's the greenhouse gas gun. Do you hate the snowman next door? Use the greenhouse gas gun. Want to piss off an entire room full of tree huggers? Use the greenhouse gas gun. There is simply no end to the amount of fun and respiratory disease you can have with the greenhouse gas gun.
Armchair. You sit up watching us talk about nothing. Could it be because you're addicted to watching us talk about nothing? No.
Yes. I'm addicted to what are you going to say wrong next? You know, Skip, I've never seen a man that can be wrong and keep the same straight face. I've seen Skip contradict himself so many times and look in the camera and not blink.
I think baseball is a great support to people who have emotional voids, gaps, emotional difficulties. That is to say, all of us. Those parts of us that don't function well, those parts of us that are sad or depressed, not every day, they can really use baseball. It isn't just the child in a wheelchair or the shut-in senior citizen listening to the radio that needs the game. There's part of us, part of everybody who's a baseball fan that needs the game at that level.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and New York Mets. New York leads it 1-0. We are in the top of the 5th. There's 2 on. Runners on the corners, 2 out. Spencer Strider has left the game, and Tyler Matzik, the lefty, comes in to face Guillorme, the number 5 hitter, from the left side of the plate. And the first pitch is fastball just off the dish. It's 1-0. Tyler Matzik on Matzik bobblehead night. So a little added pressure there for Tyler. Matzik looks in to Darnode. The 1-0 delivery is a fastball at the knees right across the dish. It's 1-1. Guillorme is 1 for 2 on the night. Obviously, both of those were against the right-hander, Spencer Strider. Spencer Strider responsible for the 2 men on base as the 1-1 pitch is on the way and swing and fouls it back. And it's 1-2. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Might have got a little too much of the plate, but thankfully couldn't quite time it up. Strider finishes with 8 strikeouts on the night through 4 2/3, 1 run. It is earned in 5 hits, but could still be responsible for 2 more. The 1-2 delivery, swing, and hits high and deep into left field. Going back and underneath it is Mr. Duvall, and that'll end the inning. So Tyler Matzik puts out the fire on Tyler Matzik bobblehead night. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. It's 1-0 New York.
3. Oh no. What? Oh boy. This isn't my bad, guys.
Oh my God, Ruffy.
Get out of here. Go. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. There have been 4 times where a player to be named later was themselves. For example, in 2005, John McDonald was traded from the Blue Jays to the Tigers for a player to be named later. 4 months later, the trade was completed when McDonald was reacquired by the Blue Jays as the player to be named later.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Sunday would come and the little park would be packed way before game time. Everybody wanting to see the great Rube Waddell pitch. Nowhere to be found. Manager'd be having a fit. And then just a few minutes before the game time, there'd be a commotion in the grandstand. And you'd hear people laughing and yelling, "Here comes Rube, here comes Rube." And there he'd come right through the stands. He jumped down on the field, cut across the infield, the clubhouse, taking off his shirt as he went. In about 3 minutes, he never wore any underwear. He'd run back out in uniform and yell, "All right, let's get him." Sam Crawford.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 1-0. We head to the bottom of the fifth inning. It'll be Duvall, Arcia, and Michael Harris, the bottom of the Braves order, to face Peterson, the lefty. 70 pitches in, and the first pitch is inside, but called for a strike by Fletcher. It's 0-1. Duvall kind of gives a strange look to Fletcher as he's been blowing calls all night long. Duvall 0 for 1 on the night. And the 0-1 pitch is in the dirt. This one is called for a ball, and it's 1-1. Turn back time in the fifth inning here on Braves Country as the Mets are in a shift against Duvall. Right side of the infield, pretty wide open. The 1-1 swing and down the third base line, plenty foul. It's 1-2. On this date, on 1901, Cy Young gets his 300th win for the Boston Americans as they beat the Philadelphia A's 5-3. Cy Young would go on to win 211 more with the record 511 wins. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3, and Duvall grabs a seat. There's one away. In 1906, Philadelphia Phillies' Sherry McGee steals 4 bases in one game, a feat he would do 2 times that year. The only other Philly players to do it, as the first pitch on the way to Arcia is taken for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Peterson is outside for a ball. It's 1-1. 1978 and 2009 were the only other 2 times that has happened in Philadelphia Phillies history. The 1-1 delivery to Arcia, taken for a strike right there at the knees. Slider, it's 1-2. This is also the 43rd anniversary of the famous Disco Demolition Night, where the Chicago White Sox, the 1-2 pitches off the plate. Did he go? He did not. It's 2-2. In Chicago, Illinois, in 1979, the White Sox had to forfeit the second game of a doubleheader as a riot broke out. 5,000 fans stormed the field after they blew up disco records. The 2-2 pitch just gets a piece of it, bangs it foul. It's once again, it's 2-2. After they got all the fans out of there, the next day, the league ruled that they had to forfeit the game. And Bill Veeck had to issue an apology. The 2-2 pitch inside, strike 3 off the plate inside. And Arcia doesn't like it, but he heads back to the dugout. I don't know if it's going to be a Met or a Brave, but someone is going to explode on Andy Fletcher. That was probably 2 inches off the plate inside. We see now why he's got the 93rd out of 94 home plate umpire rating. First pitch to Michael Harris is swung on and missed. A slider off the plate. It's 0-1. Good start by Peterson. "81 pitches on the night. Only 1 hit allow. The 0-1 is off the plate wide, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-1. In 2005, Bud Selig said in a town hall meeting on this date, the DH will remain in the American League, but we will never see it in the National League. As Harris takes the 1-1 pitch off the plate, it's 2-1. Emphatically stating we will never see it in the National League. It doesn't belong. And here we sit just 17 short years later. The 2-1 delivery to Harris, swing and rips it to second base. Nice glove by Guillorme. He'll flip it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves are 3 up and 3 down. Once again, they're not picking up Peterson at all. We'll head to the top of the 6th. It's 1-0 New York.
Today, we're going to talk about crazy stats. Both Cecil and Prince Fielder ended their careers with 319 home runs. They both made their major league debuts at the age of 21. They both had 1 season with 50 or more home runs, 1 season with 40 or more home runs, and 4 seasons with 30 or more home runs. Exactly 40% of their hits went for extra base hits, and 22% of the balls they put into play were line drives. And that's not all. They also matched each other with 97 2-out home runs, 49 fourth-inning home runs, 29 fifth-inning home runs, and 18 ninth-inning home runs.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Players like Waddell, with their drinking, with their bad acting, with their inability to take their profession seriously, they came to baseball in its early years in very large numbers because baseball, though popular, was outside social norms. The instability of a career where you might work for a year or two and then be gone, the jumping from team to team seemed to be suited toward individuals who couldn't fit as well in the rest of society. Now, it helped in the case of Rube Waddell and many of these other sociopathic figures, that in addition to being sociopaths, they also had incredibly strong arms or very good batting eyes.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta trails New York 1-0. Still a lot of baseball to go as we head to the top of the 6th, and Matzik will stay in to face Smith. And the first pitch is a slider wide. It's 1-0. Dominic Smith's 0 for 2 on the night with a strikeout and a flyout, batting .207 on the year. Braves have him played to pull. Riley is playing shallow right as Swanson's the only man on the left side. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball high and off the plate. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch from Matzik. On the way and swing and fouls it back 92 miles an hour across the letters. It's 2-1. Matzik only threw a couple of pitches. I think it was 4 pitches in the 5th inning. So they're sending him back out there. 8th pitch of the night, the 4th of the inning. The 2-1 delivery from Matzik. Fastball right there across the plate. 93 above the knees. It's 2-2. NL East scoreboard, Philadelphia trails Toronto 4-3. That game is in the 7th. Miami trails Pittsburgh 3-2 in the 9th. The 2-2, fastball off the plate. Ball 3, full count 3-2. Washington Nationals were rained out. Braves trying to get a shutdown inning as they'll have the top of the order due up in the 6th. The 3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball, pumped it right by him. Smith looked back at Blue to see if that was a strike. It definitely was. It was above the knees. He's wanting to know if he should have swung at it or not. He was just missed it. And that'll bring the switch hitting third baseman, all around infielder, Eduardo Escobar to the plate. Escobar, 1-for-1 on the night, swings at the first pitch and bangs it foul off the plate. It's 0-1. Dallas Keuchel and the Arizona Diamondbacks will take on San Francisco tonight here in a little bit. And remember, a lot of Braves fans wanting them to re-sign Keuchel. He's got a 7.63 ERA this year. The 0-1 pitch, curveball missed wide. It's 1-1. White Sox are still on the hook for the end of his career, end of his contract. The 1-1 delivery from Matzik on the way, and slider up in the zone, called a strike. It's 1-2. That one might have been a touch high. As many calls as Blue has blown tonight, that's probably the least of them. St. Louis leads LA 4-1 in the 4th, and Albert Pujols is hit number 685. The 1-2 pitch, 94-mile-an-hour fastball, high and wide. It's 2-2. Same two teams back at it tomorrow at 12:20 Eastern. We'll have the call here. Charlie Morton on the hill for Atlanta. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, 95-mile-an-hour fastball pumped right by him, and there's 2 away. And on the mound for the Mets is Bassett. Mets could either be going for a sweep or that could be the rubber match. Either way, both teams have played really good baseball these first 2 nights. Braves would have liked to have gotten a better outing from Max Fried, but all in all, they ran into a buzzsaw with Max Scherzer on the mound. Jankowski steps in. He's 0-for-2, and the first pitch is a 94-mile-an-hour fastball wide off the plate. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup is Jankowski. Digs in on the 1-0 pitch. Here's the delivery. He tries to drop a bunt down. Olsen will scoop it, and he'll tag him out. You don't try to go past the platinum glover like that. That'll end the inning. So Jankowski tried to get on with a cheapie. Not a terrible idea, but that'll end the inning. Atlanta will bring the top of the order to the plate when we come back.
Say something, a comment about the ref. Is it 20,000? It's a lot of money, eh? So I should not do it. I save my money. I got to pay for diapers.
Learn with purpose with the Great Courses Plus. You'll have unlimited access to enlightening, engaging, in-depth video and audio courses on hundreds of topics taught by incredible professors. And you can learn anywhere, anytime with the Great Courses Plus app. What purpose awaits you? Find out today with a free trial. Sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio. Remember, thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Today, we're going to talk about crazy stats. Hank Aaron wore number 44 in 20 of his 21 seasons with the Braves. In the first season after his death, the Braves won 44 games before the All-Star break, 44 games after the All-Star break, and then won the World Series in the 44th week of the year.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
We need Doubleday because as a culture, we have to have origin myths. Now, baseball has no point of origin. It evolved. We know that. So they set up a commission and they ginned up this absurd story about Abner Doubleday, who, as one writer said, probably didn't know a baseball from a kumquat, but he did fire the first responsive Union volley at Fort Sumter, and he did briefly command the troops at Gettysburg. So to have an American hero as the originator of the game seemed very appropriate indeed. It's total mythology. In fact, there is no single point of origin.
Let's not try to find a starting place for baseball. Let's consider it to be the Darwinian product of centuries of movement of people and continents and oceans, and something rising from the sea and then turning eventually after years of evolution into Barry Bonds.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail the New York Mets 1-0. Ronald Acuna Jr., Dansby Swanson, and Matt Olson, the top of the Atlanta order, is due up as we get set for the bottom of the sixth inning. David Peterson has been dealing 84 pitches on the night, and he gets set, flips the first pitch over for a strike. Looked like the slider. It's 0-1. Acuna is 0 for 1 and walked in the third inning. The 0-1 delivery, fastball just high, evens up the count at 1-1. Marlins are heading to the bottom of 9, trailing by 1 to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh trying to win 4 in a row for the first time this year. The 1-1 just below the knees, called for a ball. It's 2-1. Yankees 3, Reds 0. That game's in New York, heading to the top of 4. The 2-1 in the dirt, ball 3. Ball skipped across the dirt and went far out of the field of play. It's 3-1 to Acuna. Peterson looks in. He'll kick and deal and swing and a miss. 94-mile-an-hour fastball pumps it right by him. It's 3-2. So a full count to Acuna. Peterson winds up, kicks and deals, and swing and fouls it back. 94-mile-an-hour fastball right across the letters and out of play. It's 3-2. Dansby Swanson on deck. The 3-2 delivery to Acuna on the way, swung on and popped up, but it'll bend foul out of play. And we'll do it again at 3-2. Peterson's gone fastball the last 2 pitches. He may go bend to the slider, but he doesn't want to put Acuna on via the walk, obviously. The 3-2, right there at the knees, caught him with the slider. He was caught watching the paint dry, and there's 1 away. Acuna must have been looking for that fastball because he didn't even get the bat off his shoulders. Nice pitch by Peterson. He's had that pitch working all night. So that'll bring Swanson to the plate. Dansby Swanson, he's 0 for as well. He'll take the first pitch across the knees, slider. It's 0-1. Walked in the first inning, but is 0 for 1. The 0-1 slider misses way low inside. Evens up the count at 1-1. Left-handed Matt Olson stands on deck. With the high pitch count, I've got to figure no matter what, he doesn't see Riley tonight again. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Slider missed. Just missed making contact with that, and it's 1-2. Braves have only scored 1 run in the first 14 innings of this series. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt evens up the count at 2-2. Peterson needs a minute, steps off the back of the mound, gets the rosin bag. Steamy night in Atlanta. You got a 2-2 count on the way, and top of the zone, ball 3. No one reacted much, but if you look at and I know the box on the camera is always a little off, but man, that looked like a strike. So another full count on the way to Dansby Swanson. The 3-2 delivery off the plate, ball 4. He'll take a base, and the tying run goes to first with 1 away. Buck Showalter's on the horn. He's calling down to the bullpen. Pitching coach for the New York Mets is heading out there to talk to Peterson. Showalter gets him going down there in the New York bullpen. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. With 1 on and 1 out. The bottom of the 6th, Braves trail by 1. If y'all missed it earlier, Andy Fletcher is ranked 93rd out of 94 umpires behind home plate in 2024. You wonder how in the world he drew game 2 of the Mets Braves series. So Olson comes in, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled back behind home plate. It's 0-1. Got him right inside. They were set up outside. Peterson missed his mark, but got the strike. Olson struck out, flew out. He's 0 for 2 on the night. Mets do have a right-hander working in the bullpen, and Riley on deck. The 0-1 is off the plate wide. It's 1-1. You have to figure, unless there's a double play, Peterson does not face Riley. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back in between home and the Mets dugout. It's 1-2. Peterson now at 102 pitches has pitched a whale of a ball game. The 1-2 on the way. He flips it over to first, tries to get Dansby lean, and Dansby does not go. He's underneath the tag. We'll do it again at 1-2. Mets catcher Mazika was setting up outside. We'll see if he does it again. Anything poked down that third base line is going to be trouble for the Mets because there's nobody over there. The 1-2 swing and hit high and deep, going down the right field line, going back. Just foul. It hit the top of the wall and maybe 4 feet wide of the foul line there in right field. No doubt about it. They won't review that. You could see where it hits the brick wall. Olson started to jog down first, and he saw it. So here's the 1-2 pitch to Olson. Peterson flips it over again to Swanson. Standing over at first. He'll dart back over. We'll do it again at 1-2. That was the slider that got too much of the plate. Wonder if they'll go back to that pitch again. The 1-2. Fastball off the plate, 94 miles an hour. Evens up the count. It's 2-2. Mets 1, Braves nothing. Bottom of the 6th inning. Austin Riley stands on deck. The 104th pitch from Peterson. Swing and hits it high, but foul and out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. The more you see a guy and an at bat like this will be the 7th pitch of the at bat, advantage batter. But Peterson's been really good with that slider. Got to figure he's going to see it again at some point. They set up wide and outside again. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and hit high and deep into center field, going back. Jackpot, baby. It's over the wall. A 2-run bomb by the Ice House, Matt Olson. He hit that thing into the trees. The Braves lead it 2-1. Outstanding at bat by Olson. Those were 2 warriors going at it, Peterson and Olson. You got to tip your hat to Peterson. So he's coming out trailing 2-1. He has pitched one heck of a ball game. Matt Olson comes through in a big way and put the Braves up 2-1. Showalter's coming out to the mound. I would think he's going to go send Peterson to the showers, and he does. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the Mets bullpen comes in to try to solve Riley and Ozuna. It's 2-1 Atlanta.
So I just got fired from my job, and I don't even know why, because I only no-showed one time. I mean, I was late every single day, and I called in today and yesterday, but that is so unnecessary.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the early days of baseball, some hitters would choose to use a flat bat. Batters felt that utilizing a flat bat allowed them to bunt easier. But Rule 1.10a was instituted, stating the bat shall be a smooth, round stick. Last year, Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, Tyler O'Neill, Harrison Bader, and Tommy Edman all won a Gold Glove Award. This made the 2021 Cardinals the first team in history to win 5 Gold Glove Awards.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
During the first decade of the 20th century, Americans sought to solve their country's problems by organizing everything. They formed children's aid societies, consumer associations, municipal reform leagues, and baseball teams. They played for the Reading Alerts, Utica Pentups, Binghamton Bingos, Scranton Choctaws, Hagerstown Antietam, and New Jersey McClellans, the Laredo Apaches, Union City Greyhounds, Cincinnati Porkers, Evansville River Rats, and Iola Gas Band. They played for the Greenville, Mississippi Buckshots, Troy Collar and Cuff Makers, Providence Clam Diggers, Terre Haute Hottentots, Des Moines Undertakers, Lebanon Pretzel Eaters, Yakima Pippin, Bangor Bangers, and the Hartford Wideawakes. So eager to play, they got up at dawn to get in a game before they went to work.
We are back with Braves Country Baseball. Lugo comes into the game, and the right-hander throws the first pitch over the plate to Riley. It's 0-1. If you're just joining us, it's 2-1 Atlanta in the bottom of the 6th. The 1-1 is low below the knees. Evens up the count at 1-1. What has been a pitcher's duel is Seth Lugo kicks and deals, and nice slider swung on and miss. It's 1-2. A fastball that was absolutely jacked over the center field wall by Olson, a 2-run shot that has given the Braves a 2-1 lead. The 1-2 pitch, swing and fouled off the plate, 94 miles an hour. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is Marcell Ozuna. Riley digs in on the 1-2. They set up outside and Slider swung on and missed, strike 3. And Riley will go grab a seat. There's 2 away. Looking ahead to the Mets' 9th inning. I'm sorry, not 9th. Mets' 7th inning. Getting ahead of myself. Matzika, the number 9 hitter, and then the top of the Mets order as they trail by just 1 run. Ozuna comes to the plate. The Mets have the shift on, and the first pitch is off the plate and wide, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1-0. Dominic Smith, the first baseman, the only one to the right side of the infield. The 1-0 pitch. Slider misses low. Good eye by Ozuna. It's 2-0. The 2-0 delivery. Lugo kicks and deals, swing and bang down the third base line. 96-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees. It's 2-1. Cardinals and Dodgers in the middle of a shootout at 6-3. That game's only in the 5th inning. The 2-1 delivery and swing and a miss. Slider falls right off the table. It's 2-2 to Ozuna. If Ozuna can reach, Travis d'Arnaud stands on deck. 2-2 delivery on the way, and they tried to finish him off like Riley, but the slider is outside the zone. Full count to Ozuna, 3-2. Braves Mets game 3 tomorrow, 12:20. First pitch will have the action. The 3-2 swing and fouls it back. 94-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees and over the dish. We'll do it again. Full count to the Big Bear. Colin McHugh is warming up in the Braves bullpen. The 3-2 to Ozuna on the way. Fastball at the knees, and he's taking it. Strike number 3. Ozuna looking for the slider. Got the fastball, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Ice House makes it 2-1 with a bomb over the center field wall. We'll be back in a flash with Braves Country Baseball.
You know what I hate most about the Jetsons?
What?
No black people.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flintstones had no black people in the past. What the
Hey, just try to enjoy the middle, Will.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Hall of Famer Larry Walker was a big fan of the number 3. He wore the number 33 for his entire career. His first contract with the Expos was $3 million, and the most stolen bases he had in a season was 33. He also got married on November 3rd at 3:33 p.m. His career batting average with the Rockies was .333, and he was the 333rd member of the Hall of Fame.
The final weeks of the 1908 National League season saw a fierce struggle between the Chicago Cubs and their arch rivals, the New York Giants. With the pennant on the line, they met at the Polo Grounds on September 23rd. In the bottom of the 9th, there were 2 outs and 2 men on for the Giants, with the score tied 1-1. Giant pinch hitter Moose McCormick was on third, representing the winning run. Fred Merkel was the runner on first. Al Bridwell, the Giant shortstop, was up to bat. He lined the very first pitch past Cubs second baseman Johnny Evers into center field for a clean single. Moose McCormick lumbered home. The Giants had won the game and most likely the pennant.
Trying to explain the Merkel boner in 25 words or less is like trying to explain relativity to kindergartners. It's a force out, and under the rules of baseball, and this had happened in a game umpired by the same umpire 3 weeks earlier, so Evers knew where he stood. Under the rules of baseball, the play was not completed so long as there was a force out possible. And with the force out concluded, the run that scored didn't count. It ended up determining who won the pennant that year. It also ended up leaving poor Fred Merkel with this eponym created to embarrass and humiliate him and his ghostly presence even to this day.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves have 9 big outs to get, try to even up this series, and Colin McHugh comes into the game. The 3.32 ERA 8 walks, 43 strikeouts in 38 innings. He's going to face 2 lefties and a righty to start things off here. Mazika takes the first pitch, a slider for a strike. It's 0-1. Mazika's 1 for 2 on the night. The 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on and hammered down the right field line. It's 0-2. Looked like the fastball or cutter that was up in the zone. I'm telling you, if I'm a Braves pitcher, I'm not throwing him anything straight. I'm throwing curve, the change, anything, but he has hammered every fastball he has seen tonight. The 0-2 pitch from McHugh, curveball swung on and popped up, but out of play. It's 0-2. Rays lead the Sox 3-2. That game is in the 7th. McHugh looks in. The 0-2 delivery is in the dirt and thought it might have gotten a piece of Mazika, but it does not. It's 1-2. Colin McHugh looks into Darno. Darno gives a couple of signs. And here's the 1-2. Swung on and ripped down the first base line, but plenty foul. It's 1-2. Seventh inning means birthdays. So we'll get to the birthdays here in a second, as we do every game. McHugh gets a new ball and is ready for the 1-2 pitch to Mazika. Righty lefty matchup. The pitch on the way and swung on and dribbled over to the second base side. Arcia's got it. He'll flip it over to first, and there's 1 away. Mazika just trying to stay alive on that at bat. It was a curveball off the plate that he pulled to second. That'll bring the top of the order and Brandon Nemo to the plate. Nemo has scored the Mets' only run of the game after a walk. He's 0 for 2. Baseball birthdays first. Happy 39th birthday to Howie Kendrick, 2019 NLCS MVP. First pitch to Nemo is misses high. Look like the cutter. It's 1-0. Chasen Shreve, currently with the Mets, began his career with the Braves on the 1-0 pitch from McHugh. Swung on and missed. Nasty curveball, and it's 1-1. It's in the Mets bullpen. We may see him tonight, 32 years old today. Happy birthday to Chasen. Mario Soda of the Big Red Machine. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Got the swinging on that curveball again. It's 1-2. Mario Soda, who joined the Reds towards the end of the Big Red Machine, played all through the 80s as well. He is 66 years old, had 100 wins for the Cincinnati Reds organization. The 1-2, swing and a miss. Curveball again, could not make contact, 3 in a row. And he'll go grab a seat. There's 2 away. That should bring Mark Kanya to the plate. Right-handed left fielder with a lot of pop in his bat. He is 1 for 3 on the night. Birthday's not in the game or the world of baseball. Topher Grace turns 44 today. He played Eric on that 70s show. The first pitch on the way to Kanya is a slider at the knees. Nasty pitch. 89 miles an hour. Just kisses the black on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Christy McVie of Fleetwood Mac. She is 79 today. Colin McHugh kicks and deals, and off the plate, cutter misses. It's 1-1. Remember Richard Simmons? He is 74 today. And the great Cheryl Ladd of Charlie's Angels, she is 71 years old. And that's your birthdays. The 1-1 delivery inside almost gets a piece of Kanya. He bends out of the way. It's 2-1. Standing on deck is Francisco Lindor. The 2-1 pitch from McHugh. Swing and hits it high and deep into right center field. Going up against the wall and on the warning track. Michael Harris has it, and that'll end the inning. So a loud out number 3 will send us to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch, y'all. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home all game. Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names. Told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song. Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me the peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Mets by the slimmest of margins. It's 2-1. Lugo's back out on the mound for the Metropolitans. He'll put the first pitch over for a strike, 91 at the knees to Travis d'Arnaud. It's 0-1. D'Arnaud's still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 2 on the night. The 0-1, nice pitch below, but good eye by d'Arnaud. Slider misses. Evens up the count at 1-1. Mets are in the shift again. Wide open on the right side where d'Arnaud likes to hit it. It is available if he can get one over there. I think they've been pitching him inside. So here's the 1-1 from Lugo, and swing and ripped it over the third baseman's head. It's down for a hit, and it's a leadoff single by Travis d'Arnaud. He takes the turn at first, puts on the brakes, comes back to the bag, and puts the chop towards the dugout. The Braves got something cooking in the bottom of the 7th. Looked like the fastball and just got too much of the plate. It was a liner over the outstretched glove of Escobar. He really had no shot. It was a good 5 feet over his glove, but great effort by the third baseman in a game that is a series that has felt like playoff atmosphere. These are always fun mid-season. That'll bring Duvall to the plate, and the first pitch is down below the knees, taken for a strike. It's 1-0. Braves do have the option of going to the bench and getting the left-handed bat of Rosario, but with the lead, I think they'll stick with Duvall most times because of his defensive prowess. The Gold Glover gets set for the 1-0 pitch, and they'll flip it over to first base. Darno goes diving back in. Not much of a threat to steal. Darno gets up with a big smile on his face. Probably a little of that, thanks for the compliment, but I'm not going anywhere. The 1-0 pitch to Duvall, slider right across the knees, about belt high, actually, and it's 1-1. That is one that when Duvall's swinging the bat well, he tattoos that. I'm sure Lugo's glad that thing didn't get hit. The 1-1 delivery from Lugo inside, ball 2, 93-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 2-1. It's the second time in the inning when he has set up for the fastball inside. He's missed the mark by quite a bit. Toronto leads Philly 4-3, bottom of 8. The 2-1, one on, nobody out. Here's the delivery, swing, and hits it high and deep, going back down the left field line. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. It's a 4-1 game in Atlanta. Adam Duvall comes in and absolutely roasts it into the second deck. What a great at-bat by Duvall. The second pitch of the at-bat that I think is right in his power alley. He gets the second one, and it was a no-doubter. The only question was, would it stay fair? When you started seeing him jog down the first base line, you knew that he knew it's 4-1 Atlanta. So some breathing room, some much needed breathing room for the Atlanta Braves, and a sigh, I'm sure, a collective sigh throughout Braves country. Pins and needle all night. That brings Arcia to the plate. He'll take the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Arcia's 0 for 2 on the night. The 1-0 delivery, inside, swung on, and busts him inside. Charging the play is Lindor. He'll fire it across the diamond, and there's one away. He got that pitch on the bat handle. And I thought maybe it would dribble slow enough to give RC a fighting chance, but good throw by Lindor, beats him by a step and a half. So there's one away. And that brings the left-handed bat of Michael Harris to the plate. Harris is 0 for 2. If you're just joining us, the Braves have scored 4 runs on two-run home runs in the last 2 innings. The 1-0 pitch is at the knees, fastball, outer edge. It's 1-1. Standing on deck is Acuna. 1-1 delivery and swing, and it's a comebacker right to Lugo. Good defensive play. So if that gets over his head, it's probably an infield hit. He underhanded tosses it to first, and there's 2 away. Mets in the top of the 8th inning. Heart of the lineup, Lindor, Alonso, and Guillorme. I would think most likely Will Smith, but we'll see how Snicker plays it. With Alonso coming in, he may want the righty Chavez, who was warming up earlier. Here's the first pitch to Acuna, and he rips it into center field for a base hit, gets down. He makes a wide turn, but does the 180 turn, comes back to the bag, gives the chop to the dugout, and it's a 2-out single for Acuna Matata. Good piece of hitting by Acuna. looks like Buck Showalter is coming in to make a pitching change. So we'll take that quick break. We'll head to break. When we come back, Acuna on first, Dansby coming to the plate. It's 4-1 Atlanta.
Yeah, you can't say white trash anymore. It's a bad word now. Dude, my dad met his now wife while she was in prison, while he was visiting his daughter, who was also in prison for identity theft against his other daughter. White trash is my word. I earned it, dude.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
I remember reading a story one time about Cobb in the minor leagues playing, and they didn't shower in the ballpark. They would go back to their little apartment or house, whatever it was. And every day, Cobb was always in the tub ahead of the roommate. And this one particular day, the roommate got back to the house, and the roommate got into the tub. And Cobb came in and dragged him out of the tub and said from the bottom of his heart, "Don't you understand? I have to be first."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin Holderman's coming in for the New York Mets. He's got a 2.45 ERA, 13 appearances in 14 2/3 innings. 15 strikeouts against 6 walks. He'll face Dansby Swanson, who digs in with Acuna leading off first base with 2 away. And he'll do a slow toss over to first to keep Acuna close by. Not much of an effort. See if he has a quicker move to first. Might just be setting him up. Acuna leads off. Got to figure he might be a threat to go. First pitch is swung on and popped up. Never mind. It'll be an easy out by Nemo. He's underneath it, makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Atlanta Braves put 2 more on the board. It's 4-1. Bravos. We head to the top of the 8th.
Question 2. Who would you rather spend the night with? A, your wife, or B?
B. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Sandoval in territory. Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the 3rd time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared.
Eddie Collins first played in Connie Mack's celebrated $100,000 infield, but was sent to the Chicago White Sox when Mack sold off his championship team. Collins hit over .340 for 10 seasons and played second base with such cheerful confidence in his own skills that opponents and teammates alike called him Cocky Collins.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh will come back out on the mound. He flips the first pitch in there for an 89-mile-an-hour cutter swung on by Francisco Lindor and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Lindor 1 for 3 on the night. He drove in the only run scored so far, but here's the 1-0-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep. On the horse is Michael Harris II. He'll make the play. And there's one away. He put a charge into that ball. But as we have seen since his call up just a short time ago, Michael Harris II can absolutely fly. Made that look a lot easier than what it was. With one away, the polar bear, Pete Alonso, comes to the plate. He was intentionally walked in the 5th inning after falling behind 3-0. He's 0 for 2 on the night. And the first pitch to Alonso is a cutter, misses wide. It's 1-0. Alonso batting .270 on the year. The 1-0 delivery from McHugh. Cutter right there at the knees and over the plate. Kind of froze Alonso. It's 1-1. A's lead the Rangers 4-3, top of 7. We're about to do the scoreboard here in a minute. The 1-1. Slider swung on and missed wide of the plate. It's 1-2. Alonso went fishing on that one. The 1-2 pitch to Alonso, McHugh's 20th of this outing, is on the way and swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider just off the plate. That one was a lot closer. Can't blame Alonso for swinging at that one. Too close to take, and there's 2 away. New York Yankees lead the Cincinnati Reds 3-0. That game is in the top of the 6th. It appears that Garrett Cole is still in the game. Blue Jays 4. Philadelphia 3. That game is heading, that game may be a final. It is a final. Toronto wins. The first pitch to Guillorme misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Luis Guillorme 1 for 3 on the night. 309 hitter. Lefty-righty matchup. Tampa Bay holds on and beats Boston 3-2. As the 1-0 pitch is a slider at the knees, it's 1-1. White Sox 4, Cleveland 0. That game is heading to the top of the 9th. That's the second game of a doubleheader where Cleveland took the first one. The 1-1 is in the dirt. It's 2-1 to Guillorme. Milwaukee 5, Minnesota 2 in the 6th, but they are in another rain delay. The 2-1 pitch from McHugh. As he looks into Darnode, they run through the signs, and here's the delivery. Cutter, top of the zone, just kisses the black. It's 2-2. Cardinals 6, Dodgers 4. That game is in the bottom of the 6th inning. Cubs trail the red hot Orioles 3-2, heading to the 7th. The 2-2 swing and fouls it to the Braves dugout, first base side. We'll do it again at 2-2. A's and Rangers. Oakland leads Texas 4-3, top 7. Detroit and Kansas City knotted up at 3. They're in the bottom of the 6th in Missouri. San Diego 1-0 over Colorado, bottom of 5. And earlier, Pittsburgh beat Miami. It's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Curveball, top of the zone, just missed high. It's 3-2. That was that was almost an ephus pitch. If that's accurate, that hit the gun at 68 miles an hour. Just getting going out west, the Giants all over the Diamondbacks 4-0 in the first. The 3-2 curveball swung on and dragged foul first base side into the camera well. We'll do it again. Full count to Guillorme. And Houston leads the Angels 2-1. That game is in the bottom of the first inning. And that's your scoreboard. The 3-2 delivery on the way. Slider misses inside, well inside, ball 4. Guillorme will head down to first. As the great Don Drysdale once said, you might as well hit him if you're going to miss that badly. That'll bring up Dominic Smith. Dominic Smith, the left-handed first baseman, is 0 for 3 on the night. 205 average, does have 17 RBI, a 586 OPS, 2 strikeouts, a flyout. The first pitch is on the way. Slider misses wide. It's 1-0. Braves don't want this inning going much further. Escobar sits on deck. The 1-0 from McHugh on the way. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. So a 2-0 pitch to Smith with a runner on first. Braves lead by 3 and swung on and ripped down the first base line, knocked down by Olsen. He'll step on the pillow and end the inning. Great defensive stop by Olsen. I'm telling you, he's like a goalie over there. That'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Olsen's grabbing the bat with Riley and Ozuna lurking behind.
Check this out. Did you guys know that Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Yeah. Now think about that, though. That's crazy. Like 2 cities in one state?
No, that's not crazy.
No, not at all. No. All right. I don't think you understand. There's 2 cities in the same state. Like, how's that even possible?
All states have more than one city.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
There's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
So that's what Pennsylvania is.
Oh, no.
Oh, so Philadelphia's not Pennsylvania?
No, Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania. What is this man talking about?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The 1960 World Series was between the Pirates and the Yankees and ended with a walk-off homer by Pirates second baseman Bill Mazeroski. The MVP of that series wasn't Mazeroski, but instead it was Yankees player Bobby Richardson. His 12 RBIs led him to becoming the only World Series MVP who was on the losing team.
It is important to remember in an imperfect and fretful world that we have an institution which is practically above reproach and above criticism. Nobody worth mentioning wants to change its constitution or limit its powers. The government is not asked to inspect it, regulate, suppress, guarantee, or own it. There is no movement afoot that we know of to uplift it like the stage or to abolish it like marriage. No one complains that it is vulgar, like the newspapers, or that it assassinates genius, like the magazines. It rouses no class passions, and while it has magnates, they go unhung with our approval. This once comparatively perfect flower of our sadly defective civilization is, of course, baseball, the only important institution, so far as we remember, which the United States regards with a practically universal approval. Saturday Evening Post.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-1. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning, and the first pitch is swung on and banged down the third base line. Just went foul over the third base bag. And Olson could have ran for days because they are playing him on a shift. Olson's 1 for 3. A 2-run home run his last time up over the center field wall. Holderman kicks and deals, and the 0-1 is low. It's 1-1. Holderman back on as he finished off the 7th. The 1-1. Nice snapping slider there on the outer edge. It's 1-2. On deck, Riley and then Ozuna. If anyone gets on, Travis d'Arnaud. The 1-2. Banged foul down the first base line towards the Braves dugout. It's 1-2 once again. Appreciate you stopping in and listening to Braves Country Baseball. We're here every Tuesday and Friday night. Braves action. The 1-2 is inside. Evens up the count. Look like the slider that missed below the knees. It's 2-2. There's a special pop-up. We will be doing the game tomorrow. The 2-2 in the dirt almost gets Olson. Bounces in the dirt into the backstop. And it's a full count to Matt Olson. Tomorrow is a getaway day. So 12:20 first pitch. The 3-2 swung on and missed. Strike 3. Nasty slider that dipped in. Off the plate inside towards the ankles of Olson. And he could just not connect. So there's one away with Austin Riley coming to the plate. The first pitch on the way to Riley, and he knocks it foul back against the screen behind home plate. It's 0-1. Riley got a single in the first and is 1 for 3 on the night, 24 home runs on the year, 57 RBI and a 909 OPS. He'll take the 0-1 and pull it foul, 96 mile an hour fastball. It's 0-2. So Holderman kid's got pretty good stuff. The 0-2 delivery, swing, and slider is knocked foul into the upper deck over first base dugout. We'll do it again at 0-2. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube. The 0-2 pitch swung on and missed. Slider just dropped off, and Riley could not make contact. Second time they've got him out swinging at the slider on the outer edge. And there's 2 away. That'll bring up Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna is 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Trying not to get the golden sombrero. The first pitch on the way is a slider in the dirt. It's 1-0. Ozuna steps out of the box and asks for time for a second to regroup. The 1-0 pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Slider got him again. It's 1-1. Doesn't seem like anyone's picking up that slider by Holderman very much. Really good pitch. The 1-1 delivery on the way and swung on and missed. That slider again dips off the bottom of the zone. It's 1-2. Braves trying to tie this series up. They lost the first one last night. Max Scherzer and the Mets. The 1-2 misses outside, slider again. It's 2-2. They do hold on and win the season. Series would be tied at 3 apiece as they split in New York as well. And with those 6 games played, there will still be 13 left between the Mets between now and the end of the season. The 2-2 slider way off the plate Full count now to Marcell Ozuna. 12:20 first pitch tomorrow. We'll have the action. And then there's a 5-game series in New York in August. And other than that, the rest are in Atlanta. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Wide ball 4. The Big Bear will head down to first base. There's 2 away. Holderman grabbing the rosin bag and flipping around a little bit as he gets set to face Travis d'Arnaud. That humidity is thick out there today. All the pitchers, you've seen them with the rosin bag quite a bit today. Travis d'Arnaud 1 for 3 on the night, and the first pitch to him is a fastball off the plate. 96 miles an hour. It's 1-0. AJ Minter is warming up in the Atlanta bullpen. Try to close this out. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and hammered down the left field line, but foul. Evens up the count. It's 1-1. We could very well be looking at 2 teams that are heading for a collision in the playoffs. So all these matchups in the regular season do hold a lot of weight as you get to see each other's pitchers. The 1-1 swung on and missed. Nasty slider. It's 1-2. One thing's for sure, you see Holderman again. Need to be sticking that left foot towards right field and expecting the slider. The 1-2 pitch to d'Arnaud. Marcell on first, 2 away, swing, and he pokes it down the right field line. Will it stay fair? Just foul. d'Arnaud did exactly what I was just referring to. He stepped right towards it and leaned down the right field line. That's a shot that he routinely keeps in fair territory. Just missed a double. Ozuna, it would have been tough, but Ozuna would have probably not scored on the play as he was not going on the play. The 1-2 to d'Arnaud again, swing and popped up. It's a can of corn over by the third base side near the dugout. Underneath it is Escobar, and that'll end the inning. The Braves put a runner on, but fail to score. Atlanta leads at 4-1, and here comes AJ Minter.
You ever gonna sleep with Amy?
That's awfully personal.
We don't ask children things like that. Maybe you don't. I do. What's the deal?
Well, word around the university is I'm giving her sex organs a proper jostling.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. The biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. John Lester will be remembered as a very intense, consistent pitcher. He was so consistent that in 241 starts for the Red Sox, he had a 3.64 ERA, and in 171 starts with the Cubs, he also had a 3.64 ERA. To John Lester, I hope you have a happy retirement. In 1995, a contest was held to name a future Arizona baseball team. The name Diamondbacks won, but there were some other choices. The Arizona Diamondbacks were almost the Rattlers, Scorpions, Phoenixes, or Coyotes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Baseball's thought of as this game of geometry, the game of geometry. It's perfect. It's 90 feet, it's 60 feet, it's this, it's that. Everything's perfect, right angles, everything's all that. And then it has the strictest rules, and it has the strictest history, everything interpreted. And kids play it all over the place with 2 bases, 1 base, with a car parked in the middle of where they're playing. They play it in the street. We played it in the hollow, used trees for bases. We call it the hollow, where I lived in Lexington, Virginia. We had a wonderful baseball game. You can improvise baseball in a living room. You can improvise baseball on a New York street, and people do every day. You can play it in a pasture. You can play it on the side of a hill. You can play baseball anywhere.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. AJ Minter enters the game. 37 innings, a 1.7 ERA, 49 strikeouts, 6 walks in 40 appearances. 3 of 5 save opportunities. He's filling in for Kenley Jansen, who's expected to be back tomorrow, which would be a big lift for the Braves bullpen. Tomorrow, 12:20 start, and we will have the game here. To be noted, if the Braves can get out of this game with just Minter, they would have not only Kenley, but also Will Smith available tomorrow, as he is not pitched. The first pitch on the way to Escobar is a cutter, top of the zone. It's 0-1. Eduardo Escobar's 1 for 2, a walk, a double, 218 average, 9 home runs, 37 RBI with the 654 OPS. And the 0-1 misses wide fastball. It's 1-1. Braves trying to climb back within 1.5 games of the Mets. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back against the screen. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is J.D. Davis, ready to pinch hit for Jankowski. The 1-2 delivery from Minter to Escobar on the way, and kicks and deals, fouls it back. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. We'll do it again at 1-2. Atlanta Braves playing Escobar to pull. The 1-2, 97-mile-an-hour fastball, just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 1-2. Arcia is right of the second base bag, but he's very close to it. So there is a gap in between Arcia and Olsen. The 1-2 delivery from Minter, swing and a miss, strike 3. Cutter right there at the knees. He couldn't make contact. There's one away. Nice pitch by Minter. Escobar swung right over it, mistimed it, probably expecting the fastball. It's about a 5 to 7 mile an hour difference between Minter's fastball and cutter, depending on how much leg he puts behind it. That'll bring J.D. Davis to the plate. Right-handed slugger. Steps in, batting .241 on the year. And the first pitch is a fastball, foul tipped into the glove of Darnold. It's 0-1. Davis pinch hitting for Jankowski, has 3 home runs on the year. 19 RBI, a 685 OPS. He plays in platoon situations. Of course, Starling Marte not available off the Mets bench tonight because of the groin. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on and grounded over to second base, right to Arcia. He grabs it, flips it to first, and there's 2 away. Mets are down to their last out, and the Braves fans are coming to their feet. That'll bring up pinch hitter Thomas Nido. The catcher will be pinch hitting for Mazika, the catcher. Jeff McNeil is on the paternity list. Went on there Monday. We'll see if he's back in time tomorrow for the day game. First pitch on the way to Nito, misses wide, 97 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Charlie Morton versus Chris Bassett tomorrow, 12:20 first pitch. We'll get you going. A little bit of a pregame show and play-by-play on getaway day. The 1-0 pitch, fastball outside off the plate, about knee high. It's 2-0. Cardinals and Dodgers continue their shootout. St. Louis leads 6-5, but the Dodgers have the bases loaded in the top of the 7th. The 2-0 pitch from Minter, kicks and deals, fastball wide, ball 3-0. Top of the order on deck with Nemo. With a 3-run lead, you'd like to see Minter just pump one in there. If he slams it, he slams it. You still have a 2-run lead. The 3-0 pitch from Minter. Kicks and deals, fastball at the knees. Inner cut, it's 3-1. Good pitch by Minter. Braves 4, Mets 1. We are in the top of the 9th inning. 2 outs. The 3-1 pitch on the way from Minter to Nito. Swing and fouls it back against the screen. It's a full count. Mets down to their final strike. Mets will still have a 1.5 game lead on the Braves if they lose this. They will not lose any ground to the Philadelphia Phillies, who lost in Toronto. They're missing 4 players because of the vaccine. The 3-2 swung on and grounded up the middle. Dansby's got it. He fires it over to first. Ball went off the glove of Minter, and that'll end the game. Minter, is he all right? He gets up. He's smiling. So I think he just took a tumble, and the Atlanta Braves win it 4-1. What a great game by Atlanta. They were down 1-0. The bats were just not doing anything. They got 2 2-run home runs, one in the 6th inning and one in the 7th inning, to come back from what was once a 1-0 game and win it 4-1. On the night, Matt Olson with 2 RBIs along with Duvall, they hit the 2 home runs. Scoring tonight was Swanson and Darnold along with the 2 home run hitters. Atlanta, 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors. The Mets 1 run, 5 hits, no errors. Atlanta will now climb within 1.5 games of the Mets. The winning pitcher tonight will be Tyler Matzik, and how fitting is that on Matzik bobblehead night? Dylan Peterson will get the tough luck loss. He pitched 5 1/3 innings with 9 strikeouts, 2 earned runs, and just 2 hits allowed. But the big dinger to Olson was the difference. Atlanta will send Charlie Morton to the mound tomorrow. AJ Minter gets the save. And they will try to climb within a half game of New York. One way or the other, we will have the action here. So please like and subscribe, and we'll see you tomorrow. 12:20 first pitch. Plan on doing a pregame show. Depends on what we can get done in the morning. But for all the guys and gals behind Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel, I'm Mac McGee. Thanks for listening, Braves Country. Atlanta wins it 4-1, 1.5 back of New York. Braves fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Gonna get another cigarette.